Welcome back to the show. I'm your nerdy host, Annie. Let's try that again. Hi,
I was
welcome back
muted
to
this
the
time. See,
show.
I didn't have it on my board.
Let's try that again. Hi, welcome back to the show. I'm your nerdy host, Annie.
I'm Spurg Snake.
Thanks for joining me, and I appreciate you coming back. You know, whether you're a filthy casual, a hardened pro, or even just a mobile gamer, you can join us as we rant, rave, and ramble about games that we like and occasionally games that we don't like. But as always, we're here to ask the question, what's this game?
Grounded.
Grounded from Obsidian Entertainment, released in 2022. In a simple explanation, it's basically Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the game. I don't know how to describe it in a more simple way that you can picture. Some kids are shrunk by a scientist, and they have to survive in his backyard. The story is a little bit deeper than that, as we'll get into, but I really appreciate everyone joining for it. How are you, Snake?
Absolutely. I'm doing well, other than being muted for the umpteenth time. Every time I start a show, it's becoming a habit that I'm developing that I need to break. This game was fantastic. Thank you for putting it on my radar. I wouldn't have... I've seen it, and your brief description is completely accurate. It felt like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the game. And in fact, as we get into it, yeah, I think it's better than that.
What was your initial thoughts going into the game? For anyone that doesn't know, Snake and I had played a game similar beforehand called Once Human, not in theme or anything like that, but in mechanics. Basically just kind of how the game worked in its heart. So you had at least had a little bit of experience. But again, what was your thoughts going into it?
Yeah, the vibe is completely different, but there is the base building, resource management, hunter-gatherer vibe that you're going to have to adopt to survive, which I think I mentioned to you before. This isn't the style of game I play because it gets overwhelming. It's very hands-off. You just kind of get thrown into an environment and you got to go figure it out. And sometimes I'll just, whatever works, and I don't improve on that. And I'm trying to fight level 4 enemies with still my non-upgraded level 1 armor because I didn't think to do anything like that. So I appreciate you guiding me through that process. My initial reaction with this game, because I had other experiences now, it was, I think I'm really going to like this, was the initial thought. Because of the way it's presented to you, you wake up in your case, and I have a soft spot for miniatures. Like I have, micro machines and stuff like that from childhood. So this was perfect. I get to play out that fantasy. I was so stoked to really tuck into the game and get into the details.
If this game had a real easy mode, we played on normal. But if it had I don't know how much easier easy is than normal, but if it had an actual easy mode, I would recommend this game to kids. It's fun, it's adventurous, you feel smart when you do things. Things are tough, but they're not unbeatable. You can even change difficulty settings to make sure you don't drop your backpack when you die if you wanted to. So I feel like the game, despite being intended to be difficult, would be really fun for children if there was an easy mode.
I agree. It's deceptively hard because of the art style, because of the story it's telling. You play as a teen, so immediately, as a grown adult, I'm expecting it to be more juvenile, and in a way, it is. It's not gory, it's not rude and crass. It plays exactly how it should, and you could recommend it to an older child. I would say 10 and up. Right? That's one of the ratings, E10.
Yeah,
or
I think
13?
so, because by then, you should at least know how to use a controller and be able to go through all the in-game menus. And if you can't, then you should be able to know how to figure it out on the 2 different Wikipedias that exist for it. There's always
Mm.
the weird, well, not always, but there's often a weird split between whether the game has a fandom or a wikia, which is the older format that a lot of wikias were ported over into fandoms. Not important, but a lot of websites or wikis for games will have 2 websites. The Terraria one is horrible for that because it has the Terraria fandom, which has better information, but unless you have like a specific browser or like a custom extension to get rid of all the ads and all the extra crap on fandom, it's like an unusable website. So you go to the Terraria Wikipedia, and the Terraria Wikipedia has like barely any information because it's all outdated stuff because it was all, it's just so that's kind of the struggle with this. Some of the stuff you go to look for the information and there's little to none, and some other information is very, very well written out for you, especially when you get into like making builds and things like that. The fandom has like percentages, it has charts, it tells you which level is what and how to get each progression. Really nice, easy readable graphs. I really like it. I don't enjoy feeling like I need to use a tool like that, but fortunately the game has a really good built-in codex, so most of the time you don't need to tab out.
100%, and that was something that we dealt with in Once Human. Was that their mod system, like for weapon modding and stuff, was based purely on like RNG,
complete luck,
and people in the Discord were grinding it all day, and that. So watching that conversation versus having a set environment in Grounded was much more enjoyable for me. Like not where everything, but you know about how to do and get everything. There's no ridiculous upscaling mod system. You can max out your armor. And if the game becomes easy, there's ways to increase the difficulty and other things that you can do in the game that make it harder. Even if we were at max armor and weapons, there was still some things that I think would have been difficult, such as the mega mixers.
Yeah, especially if we were on the harder difficulties, because there's hard and there's also apparently woe difficulty, which I think is a good. You just look at it and the difficulty says whoa. It's like, oh, okay. They're either being cheeky or it's meant to be like, whoa, I was an ass kicking. Apparently your like food and water are constantly draining. You're like always hungry and thirsty and having to worry about dying. I don't know how severe the difficulty is, but I know the enemies are stronger. They do more damage. So, it's seemingly one of the cases of bigger number equals difficulty in this case. Because you're constantly at a disadvantage on every number front, that's a difficulty mode. But that's fine, that's the way. If you want to get your ass kicked constantly, you can go play WoW.
Yeah, it forces you to change your play style. Like, I'm very tanky, and I like to just I don't dodge a lot, and I feel like if my numbers are being shifted like that, it's going to force me. I'm going to have to not just block, but perfect block. I'm not gonna be able to rely on my Radiant Shield. I'm gonna need, the next level up because they're gonna be hitting that much harder. And we've seen some enemies with that, super long health bar.
Or their health bar is purple for some reason. And you're like, that's scary. I don't know why your health bar is purple. Stop doing that. Normally, enemies' purple, big health bars are yellow, and then they fill out to like red as you take damage. But sometimes enemies' health bars are just purple, and it's like, oh, that's a big health bar.
Yes, and those are fun ones too. Mostly the bosses, but there are some that you just come across and you're just like, oh.
What I enjoy
thing I like about this game. Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead. You're the guest.
Oh, animals respawn. Like things respawn, so it's not. You don't clear an area and that's finite. In that area, it's done. And some games that's great because it feels like you're making progress. Here, it's like, no, I want that. I want the bugs to, because and truthfully, they would keep coming back. So
some resources are only usable once, and some things are a one-time thing. Very, very few things. But you brought up bosses, and this game has like in the main game, I would say really only has 2 you have to deal with. And then everything else is kind of optional, which I really enjoy. There isn't a whole lot of the game that it forces you to play. And it doesn't really force you into a single way to play the game. For example, if you wanted, as soon as you started, you could go and get clay or grass or whatever and build up to the like last lab of the game and, you know, go over into that area. Now you won't have the access to it, but there's nothing to stopping you as a player from going in your progression way once you meet the certain checkpoints, which again, we'll get into here in just a moment. So all that to say is I really appreciate the game's pacing and how it feels that the progression is. It feels like you are climbing up a mountain, and then the second you get up there, you're like, oh my God, I can finally breathe. This is such a beautiful view. It's so nice up here. I earned this climb. And the next bit of the climb is just a nice flat walk. Actually, a little bit of it's downhill, so I can actually jog for a little bit of this. Wow, this is actually kind of nice. Wow, that was actually really relieving. And then you have to start climbing again for the next part of it. But those once you hit those plateau power spikes, it is really nice. Going from tier 1 to tier 2, especially 2 into 3. Once you're into 3, you're just walking around the yard. Get out of my way, stupid bugs.
oh yeah, absolutely. Early game was rough. I was getting my ass handed to me. You know, again, like with the I can't just stand my ground and stab. You do have to. It greatly benefits you to pay attention to who's weak to what they're resistant to, and being able. This was the first game that like I played that had 3 hotbars that I can just like scroll wheel through and quickly change my armor set. I see it in Terraria. There is like 3 armor sets over there, and it does have a similar thing, which is neat. So I know it's not like super unique to this game, but it is unique for this experience for me. Like I had my spider armor for the longest time, and then the assassin armor later on, and the widow dagger that was really fun, and then the wasp armor that with the bow and arrow or the crossbow had its bonuses. So you can almost triple class your character if you grind out the resources to have all of the things, which I think you did.
Yeah, I definitely started to try to round out and get all the different gear sets and play around with them to find out if maybe I was like making the wrong decision at some point, because, you know, I was playing like the tanky, just shieldy class the whole time. And then at some point I was like, yeah, but the range armor looks good. You know, it does bleed damage. That sounds cool. And then the other armor, it does stun damage. So once you get into like experimenting, which I really like if I'm sure you know by this now, but if anyone is a repeat viewer of this podcast, should know that I'm a big fan of like build crafting, theory crafting, thinking about a build while I'm at work and being like, okay, how can I get 3 extra points of electric damage? Okay, yeah, that would be good. Okay, nice. I like thinking about that. And when you start getting all of the perks and all of the different armor sets and start playing with them and having them upgraded, you can really start to mix and match and be like, ooh, okay, I think I found a new build. And that really happened for me personally when I got the Coltana, which is basically just a hot sword.
Super cool.
And it's a 2-handed hot sword. And I really enjoyed it because most bugs aren't resistant to it. And bugs that are weak to it are super weak to it. So it made me feel strong just being able to go around with one single weapon instead of having an arsenal like I normally did. I didn't stick with that too long because like if I keep doing this is going to be the only thing I use for the rest of the entire time I play this game. So I gotta put it in my back pocket and keep it ready, but just in case, you know.
See, that's how I am. When I find the meta for a game, it's not that I don't, but it's of course, StreamYard.
Get out of here, StreamYard.
It's not that
I'm here. I'm right here.
I know. I'll stick with it because I don't know. There's something about me being able to like one shot everything and run around like king shit for a long time makes me feel good. But then it's like you said, I won't try the other things that might be more fun to play as, because of laziness on my part. Oh, this is just easy now. I can run around and do whatever I want. Skip through the yard and nothing. When the black ox beetles became a non-threat, that was, it was. That's when I really felt like, okay, I can run this yard, no problem. After watching you're like, oh, I'm just taking out these black widows over here real quick, and I'm like, oh, gee, so you can theoretically play this one player. It's way more fun with more than one person, though, because then, like with the weapons you were saying, one of my favorite was the staff, and I had the fire staff, but there's 4 of them, right? 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4,
maybe
4, and then if you count the summoner thing, but that doesn't summon; it's just a scepter. So it's 4, yes.
Right. Which was fun, but there is blah 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 friendly fire, and so you can't just like be spamming at a group, and if your friends are close or not using ranged attacks, you have to be more mindful, and that's a fun aspect to manage.
It can be fun. It can also be a little frustrating when you're like doing good in combat, and then suddenly you're just like, oh, what was that? Oh yeah, my friend just hit me in the back of the head with a mace, but it's okay. Like I'm not gonna turn around and start stabbing them back or whatever, or flip out, because I know there's a 95% chance you didn't do that on purpose.
Oh, in my case, it's poor aiming 100% of the time, and not realizing where you were at, like, because sometimes there is action and it gets a little disorienting, especially fighting the brood witch,
Brood mother,
with all the little spiderlings on the ground. Yeah, the
Mhm.
brood mother. Oh, the brood witch. That's Aqua Teen. My bad. But yes, no, she spawns like little spiderlings, and then orb weavers come and help. So there's like literally 10 spiders running around on the ground, and if you're not looking, where your friends are, you can just be firing off, fire orbs in every direction, and depending what armor you're wearing, it can hurt me too. I was one-shotting myself.
Yeah, that was an example of my build crafting being like too effective. For the audience, I built an armor that basically reflected damage back at anyone that hurt me. And not only did it reflect damage, it did more damage than it hit. So it's basically like somebody threw a softball at me and I hit them with a grand slam slugger right back in the face with the baseball bat. I threw the bat at them.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't just hit them with the ball. I threw the bat at their face. That's how much like splash damage I do back to them. So Snake would just hit me with one little thing and instantly he would die because I would do so much reflection damage. I'm like, oh, well, that's good if I'm playing by myself, but if I have any friends, I'm just going to constantly be murdering my friends.
Yes, it was confusing for me at first because I was literally standing alone and I was charging the staff, and I was like, I hit the brood mother. I know I did, but you were close enough that the damage from all of that was like, nope, sorry, buddy, and like you said, your build
because it's magically transferred.
Right
it's not. Yeah. In other games, it's like literally reflected at them, so you could possibly dodge it or whatever. But no,
right.
If damage is reflected to me, it's like soul linked to you, and it's like, give me your health.
Yes, and
so I stopped being able to use that build really quickly. Yeah, it happened accidentally when I became a summoner too. I wanted to give my minions the same sort of reflection ability, but it turned out that my punches were so strong that if I accidentally punched one of my minions and did one of the exploding punches, I would not only kill one of my minions, I would knock out a good third of my health bar just from one punch. I'm like, fuck. Because normally I'm immune to the explosions, but
Yes.
if I punch somebody that isn't immune to the explosions and emails me the damage, I'm like, damn it. So,
Emails it. Yes, that's how it felt. I was like, where is this coming from?
there's a couple of like mods or like things like I feel like if the game got one more update where it just like fixed a couple of those stupid things, like thorns damage shouldn't apply to your friends. I don't think that's fair. Like, there's no reason that if my friend stabs me and I have that reflect, I should do 500% damage back to him. It should be at least just maybe a minimum. I don't know. Like, there needs to be a cap. There needs to be some way where it caps like 120% thorns damage. So, you stab me, I stab you back, but it hurts just a little bit instead of just instantly killing you.
I think we tested that out with punching too. That's something else that's fun playing games with you is like, no, let's see if this works. And then you just walk up and we punch each other and it's like, yep, that's what happened. So yeah, it was difficult to navigate around a little bit of that. And that was such a great build that you had that yeah, it was almost like magic to me. I was like, what is going on? All
right, what's enough?
And that's the other part of the game. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
I'll say what's enough preamble, enough banter, I suppose. Let's get into the story and how it starts out and everything like that. So, the game, it can be played solo or with friends, and you can play it crossplay with people on the console. If you choose the crossplay option, what's really cool is you can actually share the save with your friends without like actually uploading it to them. Anytime I close the world, Snake can go in and access the save and open the world because Xbox is hosting the server, not me. So it's really nice that even if my computer wasn't on, which it would be, he'd be able to access the server. Which is nice because if you wanted to go get some stuff done in the morning, like some shopping, so to speak, you're able to. Which is great. And we played the shared world just for that advantage, just in case one of us wanted to play alone. We didn't have to like, are you online to play, or can you open the world or whatever? It's a problem that is in other games, such as Terraria, which we mentioned. Unless you have a server mod or something like that, you basically have to open the world and have it ready so your friends can join in on it. Not the case here. Once you start the game, you're immediately given the choice of picking 4 kids. The 4 kids are Allie Hoops, Maxwell Smalls, Willow Branch, and Pete. Come on, you repeat the whole game. What's his last name?
I don't know. I didn't even know they all had last names, to be quite honest with you. I didn't look.
Oh, hold on.
When
Pete Grounded.
And now that I now that I know they're all plays on words too, I really want to know. Willow Branch, Maxwell Smalls, that's great.
Peter Boggs. Pete Boggs.
What is his own? Pete Boggs?
Apparently, Allie's last name is Nguyen, like the Nguyen.
Oh, okay, yes, Allie Hoops. I gotcha. Oh, with the N.
Sure, okay. But anyway, yeah. So his last name being Boggs, you get to pick one of those 4 kids. They each have different like personalities and first person and third person looks because they're different people. There is no other difference between them. And once you pick them, you're not locked into it. It's basically just a skin for whatever skeleton you are, the player. So you can just pick whatever like outfit to wear, which is your kids. So the kids, Allie is the sporty, basketball-y, like outgoing, I guess based on her name, she seems to be some sort of Asian descent. And then Max is the like jock, but he is the sort of jock where he's actually like the nice kind of caring and smart and friendly jock, but he's, he would definitely be like quarterback and, stuff like that. He works out. He would probably join the military sort of kid. Pete is the nerdy kid, kind of likes games and comics and whatever. And then the last one is Willow, who seems to be like the goth, but she also is a little bit more open than her character would imply. You would think she'd be like standoffish and grumpy and stuff like that, but she's actually very friendly, especially with Allie, where Max and Pete seem to be good friends. They seem to, have that little interpersonal relationship, which you can hear the dialogue when you're playing the game, which I kind of enjoy. But other than dialogue and literally what you look like, they have no different abilities, no nothing like that. And if you log in and you play in the morning as Allie, and then you log in the evening and you play as Pete, your backpack changes over, all of your abilities, your loadout, everything. Like, everything changes over. It's literally just an outfit, basically. That's what the kids are. Weird, good way the game works, but in other games it wouldn't. You'd be locked into that character basically the whole game. So I appreciate that difference.
Yeah. And I don't mind that it's only aesthetic, but like you mentioned, what makes me want to play the other characters even more, though, even if they were different, it would be to hear the different dialogue, because there are individual recorded voice lines. And that's how we sussed out kind of that Max and Pete are friends, because you were playing as Max one day, and they were talking as if they know each other better than we would think. They weren't just all like volunteered into this situation that they were into. They seem to be like a legit group of cohesive friends,
or at least know each other pretty well. Like, either way, they know each other well enough to reference each other. And I have to agree with you on that, because those voice lines can come up the first day you're in the yard. So despite the fact that we heard some of them at day 200, it doesn't mean that that's because we developed that relationship. It's not one of those games where you unlock dialogue. No, they just, we happened to stumble upon the one where Max is like, Pete, you're always like that.
Right. And I think that happens in different environments in the game, because there are some that are more conducive to the characters, like the tabletop for Pete, or maybe the sandbox for Max, or that kind of thing. Where if we're doing something over there and unlocking, and then that's another thing. You trigger story events throughout the environment, and you get different dialogue, and so that's kind of interesting to me.
Yeah, so that would be a good replayability, just because some of those dialogue, like when you enter the lab and you start talking about what you're seeing in the lab, depending on which kid you have, triggers whatever dialogue it is. So if you wanted to hear different dialogue, you would have to make sure, okay, which kid do I want to hear when I enter this lab? Or save scum it and go in there, listen to the dialogue, go back to the main menu, and then do it again. There's different ways to do it, but if you didn't, it adds replayability, because, jumping ahead a bit, but there is a New Game Plus mode. So if you were doing it in New Game Plus mode, there is up to 4, like New Game Plus 4, and that gives you the option that if you're just soloing one character throughout the entire game, to switch each character each New Game Plus. So at least the game thinks that way for you. It's like, you have 4 chances to do this if you're going to 100% this game.
Yeah, and that's a long ways down the line, really. Like, it's like you said, you can probably get through with bare minimals to get to the next level of New Game Plus, but I don't think that would be worth it. I think it's you're making it harder on yourself no matter what, not building your character up and getting the rest of the milk molars and getting the other gold milk molars and getting, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're robbing yourself a little bit of the experience. If you want to go through and 100% it, you might get exhausting or whatever, but you should at least go through and do all of the stuff you can before you really end the game. And it incentivizes you, because at the end of the game, you get like a checklist and you get a literal grade. You got B, 87%. You got A, 92%, there's all the way up to 100%, like an A+ rating. So there is a way to actually 100% the game, which is, pretty cool for those people that like perfection. In some games I do, in some games it's a little bit too much of a stretch goal. In this game, it's kind of that case, especially since there's a second game that I already want to join into. So that is the characters going into it, and all 4 of the characters wake up after a briefcase is thrown over the fence and like parachuted into the yard. It plops into the yard, it goes into like a little crevice, and the kids wake up in the kid case, which had like food and I don't know, like some sort of slime juice or whatever. I don't know. Protein, ensure something to feed you until the kids woke up. Before you wake up, there is apparently a fifth kid that isn't really alluded to or talked to much in the game. None of the other kids reference it or even know there's a fifth kid in there. The only way to really discover it is that there is a couple of kid lean-tos throughout the yard that are like indicating, oh, there's four. Literally, one of the notes say that there's 4 other kids, and you can collect the kids' loot and find at least one other lean-to somewhere else from this kid. There's also other ones in the yard that aren't from these kids or from this kid or from you guys. There are some agents from the place that the scientist works at, but we'll get into that. Waking up in the kid case, I think is a really good impression because you walk out or you wake up and you're literally like in first person. You wake up and now you're on this big like styrofoam, like imagine like a gun case or an instrument case. It's kind of like that, but it's carved out for the little kids to lay in, kind of like action figures. You wake up and you're in like kind of a dirt tunnel. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, it looks like something you would keep. You're smaller than, but it looks like something you would keep GI Joes in. You know, about that big or so.
When you wake up, you're in the case and you climb out, and you're kind of in a bit of a dirt tunnel and come out into a clearing right where a boot has stepped, next to a baseball and some grass planks up in the sky. You can see the house up to the left. And to the right, there's a big tree. Those are like the big things you can see besides the sky from where you're kind of standing. And immediately you get a good sense of scale because as you walk out there, there's a baseball. And if you're in America and you've ever seen a baseball, you know what size that is. You know, it's like this big. And we are like this big. With the baseball, we can get on top of the baseball, run around it. It's pretty. The game has a nice sense of scale. It's a little inconsistent, which is confusing and disappointing because there is a quarter in the game that they could just use as a direct scale for anything they build in the game. They don't even have to use a real quarter. All they have to do is just make a quarter, and then any device that they make in the game, like a bicycle, they just be like, all right, how many quarters in real life would this be? Okay, that's like 300 quarters long.
Maybe the baseball would be
any
better.
Comments about the scaling?
Yeah. But yeah, something real world, and then use that as the multiplier to scale it up would have probably been more efficient, or not necessarily efficient, but it would have made the environment, like you said. There are some inconsistencies where, yeah, the grass seemed a little bit bigger than it should be. But I think that's because of the way the resource works, you know. So
yeah, it's a really thick blade of grass for somebody who to have grass. If you look below our pictures, some of those blades of grass look pretty thick, and that's how they look in the game. They're basically the trees in the game. You can chop them down and get some logs, essentially, from them to build structures and things like that. Which, after you wake up out of the kid case, there isn't really much of an indication on what you should do or where to go or anything like that, other than a already manufactured structure not too far from you. There is a little dome structure that's got a little satellite thing on and an entrance to walk in with some lab equipment on it. It's really easy to spot from where you wake up in the kid case, which is what it's called and what we'll refer to it as. And there's basically no instructions on where to go or what to do. So at this part of the game, I just let Snake do whatever he kind of wanted and felt like where we should go because I already had plenty of pre-knowledge from playing this beforehand. I had played this maybe a year or two ago because I was going to do this for What's This Game with a different chatter that I was friends with. Life got in the way, so I quit the game and then picked it back up with you. So I had already known what to do up until a certain point in the game. So I was, for the most part, like playing dumb and just letting you do things because I wanted to let you do those experiences, make your own mistakes, and walk around and explore. So I hope you had at least a good sense of adventure at the beginning of the game.
It was amazing. So like you said, we come out of the case. You head down that pathway, and it's a field station that's right there, and you get the initial tutorial where you're building a crafting bench, make this thing. It basically gears you out. Okay, make a pebble axe, go chop some trees, make a lean-to, make a thing, learn how to cook. So it tells you how to eat, drink, and sleep right away. But like you mentioned, you look up and you're in a yard. So there's a house to one side and that big, huge maple tree to the other. And that was dead center of the yard. And that made the most sense. Oh, it's a oak tree? Okay. Oh, yes, because of the acorns. But it faces every angle of the yard except for the other side of the tree that you would, go around.
The tree's basically in the exact center of the yard. It's to the right and to the up a little bit. So it's slightly northeast. But it's basically in the center of the yard.
Right. So that was the initial spot where I wanted to build a base, and then so we set up there, and which made sense. Because there is a water cooler. It was where our boy Burgle was. It was like I knew we were going to be coming back here a lot. So instead of, it might have been beneficial to have other sub homes in other places, but I didn't necessarily. I would have rather had what we built, or mostly what you built, but one big grand central. Because that's just easier to deal with, except for when you're getting raided.
It gives a nicer sense of feeling home, too, because you're literally not home and you're in a hostile environment, and you have to make do with what you have mostly. So being able to build out a single area, even in a shack or just an open sprawl or whatever, is a nice thing. And this game sort of incentivizes it because of storage. Storage is sort of limited and a resource, and you want to make sure your resources are close to your crafting benches so you can use them without holding all your resources in your backpacks. So it requires a little bit of planning, which isn't too hard. And like you said, the beginning of the game kind of teaches you that. There's some mechanics that it doesn't just yell at you, that you can like I said, just wirelessly pull out a chest and craft at the crafting bench, even if you aren't at the crafting bench. Or you're not at the storage, which is nice. I think you have about a 50-meter range. It's not exact. It's kind of unforgiving in some instances. It could be short. It could be longer. I wish one of the upgrades you could get is better storage pull range. Again, to bring up Terraria, there is some really good upgrades in that game, such as being able to reach chests from across the screen, being able to place blocks further away from you. So, especially being a 2D game, that if you have a big screen, your mouse moves all the way over here and you can't do anything over there because you can't reach it. So having a longer reach is very helpful, which is a perk they give you in New Game Plus, where you can literally build in free cam, basically. They give you a little bug that you can fly around as a drone and build objects while pulling everything out of storage wirelessly, regardless of range. Really, really good mechanic. But they make you go all the way into New Game Plus for it. It's unfortunate. There's some things that I feel like they could have made the game a lot better of an experience that they gave you a little bit too late. But hindsight's 2020.
Even if they would have gave you the free cam building, 60% of the way in the game, it would have been that much more worth it. And yeah, There was some things that would have been beneficial early on, especially getting a pet. That would have been, especially the ant, or right? Is it the ant has the extra inventory. Those extra 2 rows of inventory would be so beneficial early on. but I don't know. I think you can probably do that quicker, but it's making the sandwich for one of the ant queens. I don't want to get too off the rails, but yeah, there are things that would have helped out to make it a little smoother.
So if you were to do a fresh playthrough, there's some things that you could be like 10 things I wish before I knew, or 10 things I wish I knew before starting Grounded, and you could do that for yourself. Which again helps for the new game plus. But by that point, you already have a lot of that stuff built. So you want going back? Sorry, you at the beginning of the game you have basically nothing, and the game doesn't provide you with a lot of options. You kind of have to research things as you collect new resources. That field station that's right outside where you wake up is basically your place to get new materials and take them to unlock new recipes, which is your bread and butter. The more recipes you have, the more options you have, the more you can know about other resources, know where to get them. The more intel you have in the game, the more easily you're able to do things. It feels like a very organic sense of growth, because if there's some resources that you can't find or you can't get to or you're not able to reach because it's difficult for you, there are other ways to get it, because there's also like a research bar, and if you level up your research bar to the next level, you just get research. The machine just says, here's some recipes for free. And it can be really advantageous because it could be the exact recipe you were looking for, or something you didn't know, and it now gives you a hint at what you need to look for next. So you're starting to get resources and whatever, and you get I'm trying to think of a really good example of like something that's, we can build that now. Zip lines. Zip lines are a good example. Once you get a loom, you can spin up a loom, and it tells you that you can spin up spider web. So once you get spider web, it researches that you can get like rope out of it. Once you get rope, it lets you know that you can get different builds from it, such as like different wall hangings, chandeliers, and the bigger thing is the zip lines. So once you research a couple of things, you suddenly have the access to zip lines, because you can't just materialize it out of your brain. You can't just come up with it. Your kids aren't that smart. They haven't been able to do that yet in their life. So they need a little bit of a instruction manual. Like I said, the machine, though, can give you that instruction manual before you did it. Like if you've been struggling to fight spiders and you don't want to fight them or whatever, and you get to the research level, suddenly you will get the research. Then it'll tell you, hey, you can build zipline hubs. And you can be like, oh, okay, maybe I should go kill spiders. I've been avoiding them.
Right, especially like you said, when you get that recipe, it's like, oh, okay, it expands your own personal knowledge of the game. It teaches you in such a great way, and the aesthetic it uses to teach you, raw science. It makes you feel like you are learning something valuable. And in game, it's 100%. The something that you learn, you can only stab underwater. You're not taking your sword out. You're not using certain weapons are completely useless underwater, which I found was great. But it doesn't tell you that. You just kind of got to figure it out. Like, why am I not swinging? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, if you already have a pebble spear, which is an early unlock, it's just basically stick, rope, and rock. When you get that, if you're underwater, it's one of the only weapons you can use. You can use it even before you research the actual underwater weapons, such as the pebble knife or the trident. Either of those are meant to be used underwater and do a lot more damage and are faster to use underwater, but require you to specifically use them. So sometimes you just have to make the trade-off. Do I want to carry around an underwater knife? Do I want to carry the trident? Do I want to carry... Well, I mean, I could just use my regular spear. Or if you have a rapier, you can also use the rapier underwater and just stab, stab, stab. So you have to make the trade-off in that, because inventory is precious, especially at the beginning of the game. Because if you're like picking up rocks, you start picking up rocks and the stack limit is like 10. So if you pick up 20 rocks, that's now 2 parts of your inventory. And for every piece
Mhm.
of inventory or for every piece of equipment you're carrying takes up a inventory slot, unless it's in your hand or on your body. So extra armor takes up inventory spot. Extra weapons takes up inventory. Extra tools, inventory. So by the time you're like fully geared up, half your inventory might be filled up with arrows, potions, armor, weapons, and you might only have 10 slots for extra pieces of loot. So that's only 100 items at the beginning of the game. Once you increase your stack limit, it really fattens up your inventory size, or at least the feeling of it, because of how much things stack.
And that comes from learning too. We get, you know, extra buffs, I think is the word I would be using, but I'm not sure. But you know, like you said, to increase stack size, that's something else that is great about this style of crafting game. There's so much improvement, and it makes me feel like you are growing, you know, as you learn, and you get stronger. Literally, like you can carry more, you know. So it's like, oh, this is great. I really like the recipe system for this game. I like the recipe inventory layout as well, but we'll get into technical talk later, I think.
2 people in the chat saying this game seems hard, and this game, it seems really hard indeed. At the beginning of the game, it really does kick your ass. It can be frustrating dying over and over and having to crawl back to where you needed to, where your stuff was, or jumping off something and dying because you didn't drink a potion before you jumped. There's a lot of things that can really frustrate you, but as Snake was just saying, once you progress, it really gives you that sense of growth where you can even mitigate fall damage later in the game, where fall damage barely hurts you. It can still kill you, but there's even a thing to mitigate fall damage permanently, where you just have a glider all the time, and you can just basically have a parachute and jump anytime, from any height. So there are those like sense of growth where even your personal like enemy you can be crushing at the end of the game, which is a really nice sense. A great example would be wolf spiders. The beginning, like tier 1 and tier 2, they are really a big trouble to deal with. Until you're near the end of tier 2 into tier 3, it's still a little bit difficult. Once you get like fully built out in tier 3 stuff, wolf spiders can't hurt you. It really feels good to be able to go in and crush them. Whereas before we used to avoid them. We used to build walls to imprison them, to avoid dealing with them. So the game likes to throw difficulty at you, but give you plenty of options to overcome it. And I really like it because, like I said multiple times, it feels organic. It doesn't feel like it's being, okay, now you just have to level up, and once you hit level 10, then you're going to get your ultimate ability, and then you can just go one-shot the boss.
No, you earn it. I felt bad because like sometimes I was not playing as well as I should have been, and I was getting killed quicker than I thought I should have been, and you were reviving me, and you got a mutation that let you revive me quicker because of it. And like you were saying before, there's a fall one where that was the biggest thing other than battling, was jumping around and getting a feel for the yard. By the 20 30 hours in or 40 hours in, I was gliding around the yard, no problem. You hop, skipping and jumping everywhere. It felt athletic to run around, and that was really cool. Especially
when you start learning the yard and learning the pathways through it and having all those movement speed buffs, and you're like, okay, I need to get across the yard, and you're just like running on top of the grass plates at that point because you know the route, you know where the grass grows because you've been this way enough.
It was the clover tops that I would do that with the most. Like, okay, you can take that upper canopy and go through the yard, and then jumping off of zip lines like you mentioned and grabbing another zip line midair, because I can use a dandelion tuft to float to it and then continues to literally change directions like 90 degrees. Yeah, you go from getting your butt handed to you to being king of the yard, and every step of the way it does feel earned and accomplished. It's not like they just give it to you. everything's discovered, from recipes to treasures in the yard, all kinds of cool stuff.
It took me like 180 hours to be able to start soloing a boss.
And but you can, you can really stack yourself in a great way that you're not tied to just a multiplayer experience, even though I feel that makes it better.
I feel like you should play with at least one other person, just for the
Mm-hmm.
ability that you can revive your buddies. Like, if you're playing solo, once you go down, you're down. There's no way, it's not like Borderlands, where if you kill an enemy while down, you, like, revive yourself. There is no self-resing in Grounded.
Correct.
So, if you have at least one partner, it immediately, like, drops the threat level by, I would say, half for everything, because now you at least have one fuck up available.
Right. And in even stacking it with 4 people, like you're saying, it still only kind of makes it 60-70%.
Right, because if you add more people, bugs get more health. Makes them it makes them harder to kill with more people.
And I'm thinking about some of those arenas as well. Like you can be bumping into each other. I know that's a technical thing as well, but like the non-collision at home versus having collision outside. Another one of those things that I wouldn't have thought about because I would have been playing alone. I was like, wow, that's kind of neat. They mathed that in there, which also makes me go back to like, why does there have to be such deep friendly fire? So
there's you could build out a friendly fire.
enjoyable.
Like if for whatever reason you're playing with somebody who just refuses to stop shooting you, you can build the acorn defense, and you can also get a mutation that reduces the damage by I think it was like
we looked at the map.
79%. Like it's something. It's some insane percentage. No, it's even more than that. It's like 90.
No.
Like 91%.
Yes,
yeah, it's an insane
thing,
amount. Yeah, it's like eight point something damage or something like that.
Was it 8? I thought it was 6.25. Like, because it does the initial thing,
sure.
and then it applies the secondary one a second time it doesn't double buff. It does the math correctly, but it does get rid like 90%, 95, somewhere 92, whatever. Well, 88. However,
it's enough that stuff starts to barely hurt, but you shouldn't have to build that way as long as you have some smart friends that once you realize you're stabbing each other in the back, you're like, hey, could you stab a little bit more to the left? Oh yeah, there you go.
I didn't realize it was happening so much because I forgot, and you were using a specific mace that would like, I think it was one of the goo ones, the acid ones. It was like, and it would just like shoot out like this acid glob. And like a spread, and if I'm standing on the other side of an enemy, it goes through the enemy and was hitting me and doing a fair amount of damage. I was like, "Oh, geez, okay, be careful. If I see you in one direction, I got to circle." And that's something that really I thought was fun to add to strategy. Whereas, like in Once Human, I could just open fire.
Yeah, as long as I'm not in your crosshair, it's good. Yeah,
exactly. Or in a PvP server. Ooh, dangerous.
PvP is an option in this game. Because there is friendly fire, technically you could set it up so you had 2 players working on one side of the yard and 2 players on the other side of the yard. And if you meet, it's like, nope, we're fighting because I want the resources here for our base and stuff. Or you could raid each other's bases. There are options for it since there is that friendly fire, which I think is an interesting thing to consider if you had been playing this game a lot, like since it came out, you would be able to want to play it more without modding it and do different things. So you can invite people to do like little base wars. You could even set it up beforehand. Like, okay, I built us all 4 bases in 4 corners, and we could all now have to go and fight to complete the objectives first. You can set those up. Just hypotheticals.
Right. No, you can definitely, or a retrieval thing. I literally, challenged you to foot races a couple times. I was like, hey, I'll race you back home and turn on all my buffs and run right past you. But that's only because, because of that, you can build into that. And yeah, that would be kind of fun, right? Like grounded Olympics. There's a basketball hoop. There's, archery. We could do all kinds of weird shit. But base wars would be fun.
The skyline over the game even changes as you go through it, because the more zip lines you put up, the more you just see lines throughout the yard. And at the beginning, one of the other big things you see at the near you as you come out of the kid case is 3 like tripods with cameras kind of like pointed in the yard. One of them is on that has like a little like kind of laser beam pointing towards something. One of them is flickering and one of them isn't on. So if you you follow it towards a little, what's a good way to describe it? It's kind of like it's a flat piece of plastic.
It's weird.
It's a flat piece of plastic that's see-through. It has buttons at the top and a disc in the middle. It's just a piece of electronic called the spacer. It is the landing platform to embiggen you, to get you big again. So the machine's right there. It's actually, 2 of the things are on. One of them's a little malfunctioning, and one of them's off. So you only have to fix 2 of them. Nice. You power the little base pad on, and you go to the one that's flickering. Turns out it's flickering because there's little mites on it. So you just kill the mites, and they stop the flickering flow from it. And the other one is blocked by a laser, or is blocked by some grass and stuff. So you have to go there, cut the grass down, and build something on top of it to permanently stop the grass from growing, which is a mechanic they teach you silently. I really like that, because Snake mentioned that bugs and resources and stuff do grow back, but there are ways to stop it. Sometimes on accident. I cut down grass near our house and it stopped growing permanently, because I guess our house territory got too fat and the grass said, no, you build on top of me. But anyway, the whole goal of this one is to teach you that if you build something on top of it, the grass won't grow back. So after you get all 3 of the machines powered back on, you head back to the spacer, you fire it up, you get a little cutscene, do. You're about to get big, all 3 machines start firing, and they malfunction, spark, kind of overload in power, and sends a signal back to where they're all hooked up, and blows up near the tree. So like purple smoke and fire are over there. Well, it's actually like pinkish.
Oh,
I guess it depends on your monitor, but it's like a violet. It's like a fuchsia violet color.
Yeah, it looked violet to me.
Yeah, it's more pinky than purple. And that is the game's big signal that, you should probably go head over there to the tree. You don't technically have to. There's nothing stopping you from going to anywhere else in the yard, as I mentioned. But as a player with no knowledge other than, hey, we're shrunken in the yard, we don't know where we are, and there's a machine there to make us bigger. That seems to be the goal of the game, is to get big. So you head towards the Oak Lab, and as you head towards it, you find stronger and stronger bugs. There are bombardier beetles, which will spit acid at you. There's some ants that are more aggressive than others. There are little mites that'll bite you, which you've already came across probably. The stink bug, yes, they're big bugs that'll jump at you and stink at you, poisoning the area around you. And then, of course, the spiders. There's orb weavers and the wolf spiders near the oak tree. The journey there isn't too far. It's not too hard, especially once you start learning the route through the little garden wall there. There are some posts set there to kind of separate the pond where the flowers are planted and the rest of the yard. And getting through there can be a mess because the orb weavers. And at the beginning of the game, the orb weavers are a pain in the butt. They're fast. They have a range projectile to web you up, and they have a really low chance to poison you when they bite you.
Oh, that was another one that got me right away. Yeah, they do some poison damage when they have a little bite out of your arm. I'm poisoned. I heard that plenty of times. And then, we'll probably talk about it more later, but the mutation system is great for that. Like it really helps shape your character. I like it. But yes, that's where I ran into the first stink bug, was right on the other side of those posts that you mentioned.
Mutations are basically the unlockable perks throughout the game. They allow you to swing faster with, not swing faster, like mine rocks faster. You can carry more grass blades instead of just carrying 5 at a time. You can carry like up to 35. There's perks to make you do more damage against ants. There's all sorts of ones that you unlock through various means. They're all secret on the list by default, so you don't know what the mutations are, and you have no clue how to unlock them. You just know that there are certain ones you have and certain ones your friends might have, and you need to do some comparing sometimes and figure out, hey, what's the one that's 3 rows down, 4th column? Oh, okay, that one is the bow damage, so you need to go kill some more people with your bow.
Mm-hmm. I'm so happy you helped me with that too. Thank you, by the way. It makes it, again, like I don't have to like channel a wiki. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because doing research on a game can really suck the enjoyment out of it. It's fun for me, which is why I don't mind doing it and passing on the knowledge.
I like the comparing notes though. Because that's how I played RPGs growing up. You know, it was solo. You would go get a guide or look it up or,
browse
trial and error until you figured it out. Yeah, right. That's exactly it. GameFAQs was like, before that, it was like a bulletin board system, and it looked just like GameFAQs did. You would just get a wall of text. Here's my guide, and you would just get paragraph after paragraph and little ASCII art sometimes if you were lucky. I need all the moves to Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, that was it was a harder time, simpler time, not always better time, but yeah.
Right.
This game, I believe, takes place in the beginning of the 90s. I believe it takes place just after.
Was it?
I think in canon, I think it's just after Christmas in 90. Or in 89. 89 or 90.
Yes. No, 89. It was like right at. We might be in January 90. Or even later than. It eventually will be later than because we spent so much time.
Yeah, we don't know how long. We don't know how long the research notes were there before us. But assuming it was just before we got there. So if they were there around Christmas, we probably got there around New Year's Eve, right afterwards. If I had to guess, the people that got us into the yard were probably fired right around New Year's. So. Probably like New Year rolls around, new fiscal year, new actual calendar year. They're like, all right, get out of here.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, just head theory on that one, which we're not going to try not to do much of that because the game has a lot of actual solid knowledge. So once you get towards the tree, past all the little fucking bugs and shit in the way, you come across the Oak Lab, which is. The entrance is destroyed and part of the machines in it is destroyed, but it seems like the core inside of it is probably fine. Based on the context clues you're given, seems like one of the raw science chambers exploded, which is it is a science fictional particle that it allows you to edit the magnetic coefficient between other molecules. So, using that particle called raw science, Tully is basically able to put things like really close together, which is how the shrinking works. So that's his big discovery, sort of. That's his big discovery is raw science, and he kind of came up with the idea and was tinkering around with shrinking, but it wasn't until he discovered and confirmed raw science's existence that he's able to actually power his machine to make it really work. And also because he is under scrutinization from his bosses, from his past failures, and also the fact that they don't really like him. He is very secretive on a lot of his research. Does a lot of it at home, does a lot of it behind closed doors, and keeps a lot of it in off company logs, so they don't know the details for it, such as the embiggening recipe. They were able to get his shrinking tech, but once they shrinked, they're like, ah, fuck, how did he make big? Huh, how do we do that? So they maybe shouldn't have fired him without fully getting the research, but if he was hiding things, there's not really a lot they could do, whatever. It's company policy, company politics, I don't care.
No, that's exactly right. That's what's neat about Tully is like he's not exactly the most successful guy at his job. He's not like killing it, but he's got this project he's passionate about. And unfortunately, yeah, he has to take his research home because they don't like him so much there. He's a bit of an eccentric, and he's kind of one of those guys marching by the beat of his own drum. If he's left,
and
in
he's
his
also a
office
little
to do what he wants, it
smug.
would have been fine.
Little smug too.
True. And he has his arch rival who doesn't like him, and that is not helping the situation either, I think.
So he basically got fired from his job because the failure of his demonstration of his technology. But they seized his assets and proved that it did work because he got it to work and then came to confirm that it worked, and it just failed a second time. After tinkering with it more, he kind of mastered it at home, and his bosses realized he's still working on it, so sent some agents to kind of shut that down. His paranoia built, and he put some contingencies in the yard to kind of prepare for that eventuality, because he's very paranoid as the months go on, where he's just alone in the yard in the dark, away from his wife and kids.
Mm-hmm.
But he does have a nice little
that
companion.
cost him. Oh, yes.
As Snake mentioned before, there is a character named Burgle, which totally has a nice naming scheme. By nice, I mean sarcastically. He has a naming scheme where he has most of a word, and then he'll cut out a vowel, and then he'll put a period, and then it'll be like, so it's not like burgle, like I'm going to burgle you, or I'm going to like burgle something. It is BURG period L.
Berg.
Burgle.
With an L.
Burgle. Burgle. And his naming scheme isn't consistent either, because there is the zip E, which is the zip.p. Fine, sure. But the zip lines are the zip R's, and they're not called the zip R's, they're called the zippers. So why does that one get to be called and the other one, the T's, T's, they're not tastes, like he's inconsistent with his naming on it.
T's T.
The mixers, it's not the mixers, whatever. The zip P. So it just seems like the shorter consonants, he's just like, they get to be whatever they are. And then the other ones just try to make it close to the word. Whatever, Tully. You're a mad scientist. I'll let it pass. Burgle is the acting manager for Tully and all of his operations. He does have an assistant manager, which will come into play later. But his manager is Burgle, which is basically a cooking burger flipping robot that has been repurposed to be able to do things around the lab, mostly store data and be a note taker. Burgle is very bad at his job, actually, but he's very lovely. He's got a great personality, so he's a good companion.
He has a spatula for a hand.
Yes, and also a very fancy light up mustache.
I did like that. That was a nice touch. And a tie. Bow tie, right?
Yes, and also his hat goes big like a chef hat whenever he needs to.
When he puts his cartridges away.
He's a funny little robot. You walk around the lab, and one of the doors is locked, and then the other one has a biometric scanner, which for some reason you're able to unlock. You go in, you scan the thing, and you unlock the thing. I may have missed why your DNA is already pre-programmed into the Oak Lab. So if somebody more intelligent than me wants to put it in the comments, go ahead. Because I'd like to know why the kids are already programmed into these labs, but not in some of the other ones.
That is an excellent point. Because, yeah, we were the Oak Lab was perfectly fine. Like, everything worked great for us. There was no intruder or anything. So, yeah, it was almost like you were supposed to be there first.
I may be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. We opened the door with the biometric scanner, and on the other side is Burgle. He's laying on the floor, and you basically just pick him up, just like Gears of War Revive style. Just, here you go. And he's like, wow, thanks for saving me. And he lets you know that Tully has gone missing. And also, who are you? What are you doing here? And you give Burgle the information that you basically don't really know. You have some memories, but not like recent memories. You don't know how you got here, what happened, how you don't know how long of your memory is missing. You know who you are, your past, your relationship, your parents, you were at school. You don't know when you got kidnapped, at what point. It's just blank. So, you kind of let Burgle know that, and he says, oh, yeah, that's a side effect of the shrinking process. It happens sometimes, which is why Tully backs up his stuff all the time. He's got different data logs and me, and also these chips that he threw around the yard in case I forget. Speaking of which, I seem to have forgotten, so you're going to need to go get my super chips to help me get my memories back, which will allow me to give you more intel, and maybe we can help find Dr. Tully together. Because he's the one that knows how to fix the embiggening machine. Because it turns out it got overloaded because it was out of the battery cell that needs to actually power the final chemical transaction.
Right.
Chemical process. At the end, it didn't have that juice, so it tried to drain the raw science batteries and blew it up because it's plugged into the Oak Lab instead of the main reserves, which are in a different part of the yard.
Correct. I'm remembering that now. I forgot that we had to go do that. And we got to hammer off the back of a battery compartment in order to install them.
So you...
With the...
Go ahead, no.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Just again with like the aesthetic and, like you said, with the sense of scale and doing things, that was just a fun moment. I enjoyed it very much.
Once you're tasked with getting the chips, he just lets you know that there's 4 super chips and also a bunch of auxiliary chips. The super chips are needed to unlock his memory banks and also give you major technology upgrades, also helping learn parts of the embiggening cocktail recipe, which is where the data is stored. It's stored in the super chips. So, one component of it, which is gum, and then all the other ones are like secret, so you need to go get the chips so he can remember them. The game suggests that you go to the labs in a specific order because they're numbered. It's the labs in the order that he put them up, the labs in the order that he abandoned them, and the labs that have the most immediately advantageous technology for you, in some cases. Some of the labs are also harder to access just naturally, so you may need to build up to them before you can even access them. The 4 main labs are the Hedge Lab, which is in the hedges near the yard, or near the house, right? Like, as soon as you walk out of the back door, they're to the right, in the nice corner of the yard. They're blueberry hedges, actually. Well, it's not confirmed that they're blueberries, but they are blueberries. So I'm assuming they're blueberries. They're blueberries. Whatever this world's blueberries are.
We just get told they're berries.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't specifically say what kind, but...
Yeah, because they don't look like blueberries based on the inside. They're too, like, fibrous. I don't know. That's not important. That's the first lab. The second one is the Pond Lab. The Pond Lab is right next to the Oak Lab, literally right next to it. But the problem is it's underwater, and you probably need some technology to get better underwater equipment. So unless you're able to do that, you're going to have difficulty even getting to the Pond Lab. So you should probably come back to that one next. The third lab is the Haze Lab, which is it's called the Haze Lab because of the haze around the lab, and also it is studying the haze fungus, which is some sort of fungus that he discovered that interacts interestingly with raw science that he was experimenting on. After something went wrong there, he basically cracked open some weed killer and like pesticide, and just basically has it pouring out constantly, putting a miasma around that area to contain the fungus. It's also killing a lot of the bugs in that area, so it's just kind of hostile overall. You can go there right away, but you're going to need a gas mask. The next lab is the Ant Lab. Again, there's nothing stopping you from getting there other than distance and the amount of stuff you're going to have to get through to get to it. In fact, it's the Haze Lab is in the way of it. You kind of have to go around the Haze Lab to get to the Ant Lab, unless you go a really long ass backward way. So you're intended on going to the Black Ant Lab last, but that lab has some really good technology in it, so you may want to consider going to it beforehand. The only really thing stopping you there is the horde of ants, and ants are, or the black ants are tier 2. They are much stronger than the red ants. They are also much more aggressive. They are also much more numerous in the hive itself. There's a lot of red ants outside the hive and kind of easy to deal with once you're inside because they're sparse. Opposite with the black ants. The black ant lab is inside of the black ant hill, and you need to go all the way to the trash heap. So you're going to be fighting a lot of crap and also some toxic gas over there with like stinky trash. With all of that being said, you are intended to go to the hedge lab first because it is the easiest to get to with the least upgrades. You can basically walk there.
Mm-hmm. It's all parkour for sure, up the branches, through the leaves. And the enemies surrounding it aren't as difficult as some of the other ones. It's still just spiders that you're dealing with, which is what they throw at you right away. This is going to be your big thing. You either fight or flee at that point. And real quick to remark on the ants. Oh. they are annoying. You know, they just keep coming. You're trying to build something and then they just like, hey, how you doing?
They specifically give you a mutation to take less damage to ants and kick ass or ant ass better. Because the game knows you're going to be dealing with these fuckers the entire game.
Yeah, and you do.
The only place
Until
you
you
don't
take
really
care of
deal
some.
with them is in the termite area, and then you have to deal with termites. So, is it better? Is it worse? I'll let you decide.
Right. I like the termites better.
Yeah, me
At
too.
least you get glue from them.
Yeah, termites are much. They're like a relaxing killing spree. It's like, yes, let me do this. Nice. Dealing with black or red ants is a pain in the ass. No, black or fire ants. Red ants are easy. They're killing fodder. They're a way to level up your weapons and gear and get mutations. You just go over there and punch them for fun.
That's how I got that one too. You're like, oh yeah, these red ants right around the corner. Just go beat up on them. We'll bully those guys. And it's like, yep, works out great because even those soldier ants aren't that bad. It's the fire soldier ants and the black soldier ants. They just are. When you got 3 of them, it gets to be a pain. And it's not that you can't beat them, it's just the timing.
They're also dirty bastards, because once you get them low, they're one of the few enemies that try to flee from you. They're like, oh, okay, let me just go over here and drop aggro and heal from you. No, come back here, you little bastard. So you have to have the option of pull out your bow and shoot them, be fast enough to run down and chase them, or throw your weapon at them, which has a heavily non-zero chance of never being retrievable.
Yes, other than that one time I just accidentally, whipped my axe off of a giant cliff into the yard. There was a couple experiences where something got thrown and then just literally went through the floor or dropped out of my inventory and just was gone forever. And that is a bit troublesome, especially if it's a rare item.
It happens rarely, but when it happens, it's devastating, especially if it's something that's critical to you. Your only option is to hope that you can get it out of there to pick it up like with some sort of secret angle, or to just load a previous save. And the problem is, if it happened a while ago, you might not have noticed it for a bit, and you're like, oh, shit.
Yeah. And I think the first thing for me is I dropped something out of my inventory that I meant to put into a chest. And it was in that little foyer area where the storage chests were, the individual ones. And it went right by the stairs, and then it was just gone. Like, it went through the floor. I was like, oh, man. Well, it looks like I'm making another one of those. I think it was a repair wrench or something like that. I was like, let me put my wrench away so I can carry more stuff. Because I'm not doing any repairing. Black Ant repair wrench, or the Queen Ant repair wrench. God bless it.
Yeah, that can be another pain, too. There's a lot of tiny little pains that can turn into a huge headache, but with the game this size and ambitious, there's going to be little quirks, there's going to be little bugs, and not the kind that you want to kill and squash, the kind you want to never see.
Yeah, absolutely. Like when you throw your rapier into a wall and it just gets stuck there and you can't get it back out.
Yeah, it's really, really stupid. It's happened more times than it should. If it just happened once in a playthrough and you're like, damn, whatever, okay, I'll just go build a new one. Which happens. Snake threw his axe, and I was like, oh, well, that's possibly gone forever, because if it didn't fall somewhere that we can grab it, it may have fallen somewhere and then clipped into the floor, or it may have just fallen and deloaded. Like, we don't know. I ended up finding it days later, just like while wandering around. I'm just like, doop-a-doop-a-doop. What the fuck is this axe doing here? Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
I should have recorded it because I was playing it offline. But yeah, I was just running around in the yard and I just randomly find a tier 2 axe that's 4 levels upgraded. And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, sweet.
I didn't drop this.
By then, you had already had a better axe at that point. So it's just a relic of the past. There's no disassembling. There's no uncrafting. There's none of that. You have the option to delete an item, but that gets rid of it forever. So I just put it on a frame and put it on the wall and be like, all right, that's where that's going to go now. It's a decoration.
Agreed. That was the one thing. Well, not one. That was one of the things that was annoying, is like, you just can't. I get it, because, otherwise you would just like break everything down and then use it to build the next thing, which I do like, but not being able to recycle, at least for some resources back, is kind of annoying.
Yeah, especially when they put an item, a buildable item that it's called a trash can. You would think it would do something, instead it's just another chest that happens to look like a trash bin.
Yeah, no kidding. When you told me that, I was like, oh, okay.
Another game I've reviewed on this show is Valheim, and that is a Viking survival game, building, crafting, collecting, sort of same thing, bosses, progressing, unlocking stuff. That game also doesn't have an uncrafting. So once you get a new pickaxe, you're like, oh, this old pickaxe is just trash. What do I do with it? No, literally, what do I do with it? There's not a trash button. There's not trash cans. There's not... Nothing despawns. What the fuck do I do? So you just have to dig a hole somewhere in your camp or somewhere out of your camp. That's basically just a landfill where you can throw shit into, up until the point where you finally get an upgrade where you can get a trash can where you can put things in it, pull a lever, and it gets struck by lightning and everything turns into ash.
Oh yeah, see, there you go.
The ash is actually usable too. Sometimes you can use the ash for other things, or very rarely you get a boon from the lightning god.
Ooh. Hey, so you do get a bonus for recycling too. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, instead of just throwing it into a pit, you could just keep using your pit. There's nothing wrong with your pit. It works perfectly fine. But now you have a machine that can occasionally give you benefits from it. So stop throwing it into the hole and put it in this machine.
Especially, now you're just
this game has nothing like that. Yeah, exactly. Nope. It's just you either delete the item or put it in the chest and it's gonna stay there. Items will despawn. It takes them 5 real days or something like that. It takes them a while. Or an item count. If there's too many of that item, it'll despawn. But you're not gonna make 100 spears to despawn one spear, because then you're gonna have 100 spears to despawn. So,
right.
if you need to get rid of something, just trash it or throw it into the lake and wait for it to despawn in a couple days.
It's true. You can just whip stuff into the pond, right? And they'll just be done with it.
Fortunately, it's never that much of an issue because almost everything in the game has a use that you're going to use at some point, especially if you're playing the way we do and we build out and we are constantly looking to expand a little bit. So it can be nice because you're like, what the fuck am I going to do with all these mushrooms? They're like, we don't even drink them. We don't eat them. We don't do anything with them. And then you get mushroom brick and it turns out to be stronger than anything you built with so far and cheaper to build with, like material wise. So it's like, oh, okay, I'll just make everything out of mushroom now. So
Yep.
you feel like you're wasting space with all this mushroom, but nope, no, it paid off now. And then before you know it, you're out of mushroom and you're like, dang, maybe I should have saved more mushroom over this time.
I'm saying, and once we got going on that, like mushroom production was like one of my, I really enjoyed that. I know it sounds silly, but there was a specific spot I found and it loaded up my whole inventory with mushroom chunks, the red toadstool ones. And then I was just running 7 ovens, I think, actually. 7 or 8, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6 ovens.
And it's a 3-step process too. You go get the mushrooms, you bring them back, and then you throw them in the grinder, grind them into paste, and then you go paste into bricks and bake them.
Yep. And so, you figure out the timing on that, you let it go, you get everything going, you run outside, you do something else. In the meantime, I was having a good time with that. It's a relaxing little farming bit that
I really like the homesteading parts
pays
of
off in
these
a
type
better
of
way.
games. When you finally get to unload it at the house, and we played so much Once Human where that's the reason I wasn't streaming. It's because I was just spending so much time at home just looking in chests and being like, okay, let's move that over there. Okay, cool. Now that I have those resources, I have enough resources to build this extra wall. Put that extra wall there. Okay, now I can go get some stuff for a staircase. Okay, I need 32 stones. I'll be right back. It's like, that's fun to do. It's soothing. It's relaxing, but it's not fun to watch somebody else do unless you have like a problem.
I agree.
I wouldn't want to watch me play that. There's games that I play that I would be like, oh, I'd watch that stream. I'm not going to really go back and watch myself play a game. I'd watch myself play, talk about on my podcast or whatever. It's a different format, but I'm not going to go watch myself play a game. And if I'm not going to watch myself play a game because I think it would be boring to watch that game, I would make somebody watch that game. So that's why I stopped streaming Once Human unless we were doing like silos or we were doing like mod hunting or something like that. We were actually doing something, because spending all that time just building,
Something
which
to
I did
watch.
on Once Human in the morning, I would be like, okay, so this morning my goal is I have 3 hours to finish collecting 200 kills because I need to level up this barbarian mod because I want to fight the boss tonight. And I want to be able to make sure I'm healing the entire boss fight. So while I'm running around killing bugs, is there something specifically I need to collect? Okay, yeah, we are low on this resource, so I'm going to do a couple of runs, spend 20 minutes killing bugs, 20 minutes grabbing resources. And unless I'm talking and vamping the whole time and like having chat interaction, which I don't expect that to be an entertaining watch for somebody to just come in and click on my stream and be like, okay, there's some guy talking in the corner and some girl in the corner that's not saying anything. There's some mute. Whatever. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I know, and there's been a couple of times that even when we were just playing, with the Discord for talking, we would just be zoned out, doing whatever. What are you doing? I don't know. Mining gold, trying to get some of this, doing whatever we were doing. And same with that was what was neat about Grounded, because like we could play asymmetrically, like if you wanted to get up earlier and play before work and I'm sleeping in, you can go take care of some stuff, or leave me a shopping list, like you said.
Oh yeah, we're totally out of plastic,
the yard.
Right? Yeah, and you can be like, oh shit, I need to go get that, or you need to go get mushroom. Oh hey, we're out of algae, so you need to go dive into the pool and grab some algae.
Correct. But one of the things was neat was like seeing some of your clay structures, because you're somewhere where now that I'm at, because I'm like, okay, cool. I know I'm in a right spot for doing what I'm doing because you already fixed the problem with the platforming there. Like, nope, I need to be able to get up right here instead. And there would be like a little, you know, two clay, and I can get up the sandbox a little quicker on this side because you were there. And it would be like, oh, neat. Like, it made it feel lived in, even though I didn't see you. Like, I knew you were there. You know what I mean?
I know exactly how you feel because I would come home and I would see things changed around the house just slightly, like a door open or close that I didn't close, and food back on the rack, and I'd be like,
Close.
"Oh yeah, sweet, okay, sweet, yeah, it's all tidy, the food's ready to go, sweet. I'm gonna consume it all and not put anything back in the rack, but I will make sure the food is still stocked full of ox burgers. I'm gonna kill so many oxes that it doesn't matter how much food I take off the rack without repaying it. You'll have black ox burgers forever."
And that's the thing. That was something else I think that you helped me with these is like, I don't have to just worry. If you haven't noticed yet, I'm a hoarder. Like I stack as much as I can of everything. And that's not the way to play some of these games. It's like, dude, why do you got all these resources if you're not using them? And like I said, I'll do that. I'll grind it out and I'll have plenty of stuff to get to level 8, 9, 10. I just won't think to do it, to craft it, because I'm just stuck in a farming loop. Okay. And then I get bored and then I quit. So having you push or be like, okay, you think about where we're going. Whereas I'm ready to put my feet up sometimes. I'm like, all right, good. But no, there's more. I would have probably had stopped playing once the house was built and we were upper tier 2 into tier 3, because that's where it gets most comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't push and go fight the bosses and try to figure out who that 5th kid is, why is this skeleton here? There's all kinds of stuff in this yard, and you get what you put into it out of it. And this game was so worth that.
Well, I'm really glad. I'm glad I could be a bit of a guide stone going through the game, because it can really suck experiencing some of this stuff by yourself. I played the first big half of Grounded by myself, and the sense of discovery is still there and everything like that, but you don't really have anyone to share those moments with, and especially when it's a literal shared save like that and either of you can access it. I know an example is on the garden wall near the house. One of the mornings, I didn't say anything, but I got fed up with it, so I put a clay bridge across the entire thing, and at the end of it, there's a spire to get up to the 2nd tier that you can just walk up to the wall and jump up the wall instead of taking the zip line up there, because I got tired of just being right there and being like, okay, now I have to run all the way back to the house to get up there.
All the way back home. Right.
So when you log in, it's just suddenly just a big clay road and a clay spire, and you're like, oh, okay. Well, now I can go up there a lot easier.
My favorite one, not to keep getting down that rabbit hole, the radio on the table next to the
our main zipline hub.
Yeah. That one, like, that worked out great because you had to like figure out that one square block you can place inside the pipe, and then it worked. So I thought that was nice exploitation and a great area that we needed. To be that hub. Yeah, it was chef's kiss.
That's under the adjective, the term I call video gaming, where sometimes you need to do something that is strictly something that can exist because of video game mechanics, or something happened to you strictly because of video game mechanics, such as you're climbing over a ledge and then a leaf clips into you, and then you launch up into the air suddenly for no reason and die of fall damage. You got video gamed. There's nothing you could do. There was no skill issue. You didn't do anything wrong. The game never did. That's not part of the game. You just got video gamed. And sometimes you can video game in your favor if you know how to. And placing blocks like that where you necessarily shouldn't. You're not like every part of the game tells you you're not allowed to build up there. There's not even a way to get up there. I'm like, well, fuck you. There's not. You gave me clay blocks I can build with, and oh shit, I can't place anything on any surface. Okay. Is there anywhere on any of this table at all that I can place a single block? Because then I can just snap everything to one block, and that's what you did. Or, well, I did. I just went there and video gamed the game. And I said, nope, That you gave me 1 pixel, I can put a block there. I'm going to exploit that now and put an entire structure like 150 clay blocks tall of just connected to one little block. And if a bug were to come by or something were to happen or friendly fire, the entire structure would explode. But fortunately, it's in a very safe area where you don't have to worry about it. So it's also far enough away from the house where you don't have to worry about raids. It's generally a really safe area. So I spent the time basically paving a road so the next time we could drive down at 70 miles an hour instead of worrying about blowing up our axles.
Yeah, no kidding. And that was... When something gets destroyed in a raid, that is another one of those things that it can be so disheartening in the moment. But then, you gotta, pick yourself up by your britches and keep moving forward and either repair what you built or figure out something better so it doesn't happen again.
And I definitely attacked it from both of those angles. I'm going to repair it. I'm going to build it up. I'm going to armor everything up. I'm going to build it out of the strongest structures and build so many redundant walls that the AI is like, where do I even attack?
Confused. Mm-hmm. And to what you were just saying, it's almost, you're video gaming the AI that way. So it doesn't ruin the thing you want it to ruin. Those mosquitoes, when they destroyed that first A-frame that had 3 ropes attached to it, it was really fairly early on. Just because I was panicking too. It was probably totally avoidable. I just didn't.
I didn't think we were just panicking because we didn't expect a raid. We didn't expect it to be mosquitoes, and we didn't expect the mosquitoes to ignore us and go kill our most vital structures. I was right next to them, and instead of stabbing me, they went and killed our trampoline because they're like, haha, now you can't get over your own fucking wall. Now you have to go the long way to defend the rest of us. I'm like, the AI isn't intelligent like that, but it just made a really smart decision on accident. It killed the trampoline, and now I can't get over there, so I have to go all the way around my base. And by the time I got up there, a zipline hub got destroyed. And because the hub got destroyed, the ropes have nowhere to connect, and the ropes disconnect. Some of the ropes disconnected right next to it, the zipline hub, so you can just pick the rope back up and slam it over there. But some of it detached all the way at the hedge. So that was at the time where we needed to go to the hedge. It's like you said, it's early in our game, and we're still at the hedge, going through the hedge lab and doing that. I'm setting up the zip lines, making it easier. And the mosquito fucked it up. And the way I had the zip line lined was almost pixel perfect. It could have been better if I would have just moved both of them. But where it was perfect. You go through 3 different grass blades, go right past a mosquito, just fast enough that it wouldn't attack you. And then there was a moon-shaped grass blade that you would perfectly go through and drop off the zipline hub. And then after the mosquito fucked it up, it was constantly dropping you in the water right next to the mosquitoes that you were supposed to zip past. And you constantly like, crap, we just swim past these damn mosquitoes. So they can really fuck up your shit if you don't plan for it.
And they give you contingencies for that too. We had wapters and stuff. There was supposed to be some things that, and I don't think they worked. I don't know if we tried them, but they were supposed to be distracting.
Yeah, the lures seem to suck.
Or the bugs. Yeah, thank you, lures. That was the word I was looking for. They didn't seem to work out too well. And I have there is a goose pimple response when I hear that stupid tribunal horn that they play when there's going to be a raid. It's like, I'm like, oh.
And then the little bit of drum afterwards. Yeah, it's just like, oh, shit.
All right, better figure it out now. Either super quit and run away and come back and then try to fight some ants across the way, or stick it out. I remember warning you, and you were like, yeah, they just, as soon as I typed it and hit enter, it was like, it must have popped up in the game when you read it. You're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, because I mentioned I'm logging on to get some stuff done, and you're like, oh, hey, be careful, you might get raided by larvas. And I was like, yeah, literally just happened. Just that second. Yep. It's like you knew, and you were correct, and you were.
Well, it's because I had went on, again, on the shopping list, I had probably killed about 30 or 40 larvae, played another half an hour, And then I was like, oh, I got stuff to do. And I jumped off. And I was like, oh no. Because you were like, you're playing. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I better tell you that because I didn't run the ant wafter. I didn't do that. I didn't run that before I quit. And I was like, shh, it's going to be on you. Because it did it to me before. I literally read a thing. I specifically asked, will I get raids if I'm playing solo? And it's like, it said yes and no. And I was like, oh. And it said no, basically. And I thought I would have been safe. But it's no when you're away from the main base. You'll be fine if you're a certain distance away.
Yeah, if you're not flagged at home, they don't get the scouts to be like, attack now.
Right. And which is fair, because there's some way there you wouldn't be able to get back in time. They would get an attack in, and by the time you're rolling in to show up to fight, they'd be like, okay, time to go. And it had taken out whatever corner for that minute and a half that they're just unchecked, you know?
And depending on which bug is raiding is different threat level. So when I log in and it's just larva, I'm like, oh, sweet, no big deal. You know, in fact, I needed more larva blades. Thanks, idiots. Thanks for hand delivering me some more loot.
And that was the thing about it too. That's what we were looking for. What is it? They have larva fangs, right? Something like that. They have
larva
fangs,
spikes. Yeah, their little teeth.
Spikes, yeah. Go ahead and raid. Now you're just bringing it right to us. I don't have to go out and look. Even though there is that one area where they're all just kind of sleeping, just run around and bash them all.
I like that there's different. The developers knew you're going to need a lot of this type of resource, so they put these like areas that you can go. You can mark them on the map with like actual like trail markers and label them and stuff to give yourself and other people a heads up on where things are. Or there is a great piece of technology which you access now at the the Oak Lab, which was the resource scanner, the surveyor, and also the science terminal. So the resource surveyor allows you to find any resource you found in the yard, and any field station you currently have in the network will ping in its radius and find that resource. So if you need to find where larva spikes are, you can go to the machine and turn it on, select larva spike, and then indefinitely it'll ping places on the map. But the important thing to note is when you ping it, it doesn't update ever. So that ping gets locked in time. So if you pinged it on Monday and you went around the yard and you picked up every single thing it pinged, and you haven't pinged it again and it's Friday and you are looking on the map and you're like, where's all this shit? It's because your survey is old. You need to re-ping all of the data centers, and then it'll scan again with a new scan instead of a repeating old scan. So you have to update it, which is nice, because it doesn't give you a like satellite positioning. It gives you a very, very good estimation, like up to a grid block on where the item could be. It doesn't tell you height or anything, which is a little annoying, but it does tell you on basically which grid block it's going to be, which you can use to figure out like where secret loot is. Basically, I was looking for a roly-poly shell, and I found a group of 3 of them, and I'm like, huh, okay, cool. That didn't think there were 3 roly-polies somewhere. That's weird. It's like they're anyway. So I went to go look for it, and I'm walking around. I can't find any roly-polies. There's one down the road, but it's definitely not where the grid says that these 3 are. Turns out there was an underground cave, and there's spider sacks in there, and the spider sacks can drop roly-poly stuff. So it gave me like an accidental hint that there's secret loot under the ground, because the resource surveyor knows it, but I didn't see it yet. So you can use it that way to accidentally discover loot or areas that you didn't know you could get to. Another good example is lint rope. You need lint to get lint rope, and when you discover lint, you can ping it, and it'll say, yeah, there's a bunch right here where you just collected this lint. And there's also a little bit over there in the yard, but there's a shit ton underneath the shed. And you're like, underneath the shed? How do I get underneath the shed? What? You look all around and, may find a way in there, but you can't unlock it. So, go back to doing the main labs that you can get into currently.
That's what I really liked about that. too. And it took me a minute to realize that it wasn't updating right away. Like it'll ping, and then you see them all. And then if you're at the analyzer, it'll ping a second time and it'll update. I was like, okay, cool. And then I ran away, and then I would look at my Scabby, and I'm like, that's not exactly where it was lining up because it had moved. But it was so helpful. And yes, it is designed to lead you to find things. And if you're astute enough, you do see stuff. I would have missed that one. We'll get to it later, I think, as we start talking about bosses and other things. But that the stone wall, that big stone wall, like there's little crevices that you wouldn't even think to go in that direction unless you were looking for something like resources. You know what I mean?
Unless you're looking for resources or looking for hidden things that you wouldn't think, let me go check literally in between each rock on this wall.
And that is something that is nice about this game, is if you use real world logic, it does kind of apply. You know, like, this would be over here. Like, if you go to the picnic table and, like, say you were looking for gum, there's gum under the picnic table. You just got to get to it. It makes sense because the kids would chew gum and stick it under the table. You know what I mean? Like, that's real world logic to me.
Yep, there's also a lot of gum right on the porch. So the kids would be sitting on the edge of the porch looking at their parents in the yard or whatever. They go right under the edge of the porch.
Exactly. And so that, yeah, exactly. It makes logical, of course, like the acorns and stuff, they're going to be right at the base of the oak tree. You know,
nowhere else in the yard. There might be one far away from the oak tree, but you're not going to find it in the trash heap.
Right, correct. Or in the sandbox. There's nothing near the sandbox. There's nothing near the grill.
There was a point where I had to research it because we got to a point where we had found every bug in the game except for moths. Basically, moths are the only thing we didn't know where were, never had seen. We knew they existed because we had the research for moth armor. The game said, hey, there's moth armor. Go get moth armor. I'm like, how? Where the fuck is a moth? And because I'd never killed a moth, I didn't have any of its resources, so I can't ping them on the map, so I just have to find them. The first time I saw a moth, I thought it was a mosquito glitching out because it was so far away and it has a different flight pattern than mosquitoes. I was like, what is that? All right, whatever. And I didn't come back to it until way later and accidentally found the next moth. And I'm like, oh, they're bitches. Okay.
Well, see, that's the thing. You would think they would be where those, but not really. The yard lights are. You know, maybe one of the pole ones that are taller. I would think you would be able to spot a moth.
Like at night, but flying really, around in the sky or towards lights or whatever. But yeah, they're just floating. They stay in like one exact spot all day, all night. They sleep a little bit here and there, but mostly they just float. That's all they do.
Right above where they're supposed to be.
That's all they fucking do. And they're really annoying because one of them is on the top of a castle. One of them is on top of one of those lights where you would expect them to be. One of them is on top of a broken stump, and one of them is on top of an even more broken stump. So unless you build an arena for you to fight this bug on in the middle of the sky, there's like nowhere for you to reach these fucking moths. And what's really annoying is the moth has a wind gust blast attack, so if you do build an arena, she has the ability to just break your entire arena. So good luck fighting these fucking moths. And they're, again, bitches. So if you're like, oh, okay, well, I'll just get up on a high place where it's nice and stable, and I'll just shoot it with my bow, and then it'll just come over here and fight me. It'll get hit by the arrow, it'll come towards you, and again, never mind. You have to keep hitting it with arrows and piss it off enough to come all the way towards you before it actually fights you. They are really annoying to fight, and fortunately, you don't need them for a lot of things. You only need them for the armor, and if you're going to do it for the stuffed animals.
Oh yeah, that's something to talk about here too. The only moth that I didn't, it was, like you said, near the tree stumps. I think it was on the lawnmower, because I remember it being like, you go down the handle on the lawnmower, it would be sleeping right there. Just chilling, you know, middle of the day. What are you doing here? And then, yes, you can get knocked off of things very easy if you're not careful as well. That was one of the, you just didn't see it. We didn't see it. I didn't see it until you pointed out, oh, they're over here. Like you were like, come here. right there. I'm like, what?
Yeah, do you see that stupid thing? That stupid fucking thing right there? It's like, no, that thing right there. What, that thing? Yeah, that fucking thing. That's a moth. What? Yeah, no, it's that retarded to find them. It took us. We had basically every item in the game, all the research, and every resource available to us except for like end game boss stuff, and we didn't have moth stuff. And I'm like, do they not exist? Are they in a secret area? Like, and then I had to using real world logic to be like, okay, so they have to be at night and near lights, right? No, 3 of them are not.
That's what I mean. Like 3 of them were. That was one of the few cases where we just couldn't reason it out because the game didn't reason it out. You know, it was like, well, what are you doing? You're sticking them in places where we wouldn't be looking.
I hope there's not an example of that in the second game, but that's okay. I'm not gonna get too hung up on a small little placement of bugs because, like I said, fortunately you don't need them for a lot. If it was like that hard to find larvae, or if it was that hard to find mites, that'd be a different story. You know, something that you need a lot of, but you need so little of the resources to moth drop that you can kill one of them, and if you've been building up science, you can just duplicate the items, which is a thing that you unlock shorter in the story. After you go to the first lab, it's the hedge lab. You go over there, you climb up through the hedges, and there used to be a nice big lab up there, but it got destroyed through decay, neglect, and also the kids. They wouldn't stop throwing stuff in the yard, and they threw a frisbee that broke a huge part of the lab permanently. So he had to design zip lines to get you through the hedges, which you can research the wire, and the frames already exist, so you just need the wire, and you go just connect the zip line. They're indestructible, and they're like basically scripted. You can't move them or really use them for anything other than they're intended for. So you put them together, and you get further into the hedges. You come across the frisbee that was thrown into the yard, and in there seems to be a giant like tunnel web spider hole there next to the frisbee, which is the assuming you're going with the game's intended progression, the first time you're going to find a boss chamber. You can go down into it, and you can see where all the bugs are like cocooned and ready to be eaten by either the brood mother or its babies, and also the spot to spawn
Nice
her.
touch.
You get the item name. It's like the brood mother plate or whatever, and you have to. It doesn't tell you what it's made out of, or how to make it, or where you get the recipe for it. It's just something that it's like, hey, you know this exists now. This place is something that exists. You're like, okay, cool. You keep heading further you come across some research from Tully, some audio logs, some papers telling about his research on the brood mother and the spiders, reinforcing his fibers to make his zipline wires better. Also a picture of him. The youngest will see him. As the game progresses, his health deteriorates.
Yes, I was going to say the way the youngest will see him is the best way you put it. Tully is going through some physical changes. He is an old man. He's an older man, and something's happening because of what he's been researching.
He's going through menopause. It's terrible, terrible, terrible.
Did you say mantopause?
Yes. No, but that would have been a good joke. Anyway, moving on. Boo. You head towards the last part of the lab, which is a big zip line across, and you're into the main part of the lab now, which is infested with spiders, spiderlings, and also his security force, which is not doing a very good job of defending the place because it's overrun by fucking spiders.
I liked the hedge lab. It was very fun, even though it was overrun by spiders. And the other, it was so good. Like, you're right. If you're following the correct progression, this is very fun.
It's not too hard either. The biggest, I guess, trial for you is making sure you bring enough stuff, because there is a like halfway point in the hedges where you can take a nap and sleep. But unless you bring a lean-to all the way up until the lab, there's nowhere for you to respawn if you died. So you have to go all the way back and traverse it. So it is, like most things in this game, a little bit of an endurance run. You need to make sure you bring enough food, bring a water in your canteen, bring some food or some potions if you can, some band-aids, because you want to make sure that if you do get hurt, you're able to recover and that you're not just playing on ultra hard mode. Especially if you are a little bit careless, which happens, and also the game's pathing and terrain isn't perfect. So as you're walking on some of these ledges and hedges, you can just suddenly, the ground is smooth now, bye, and just fall off the edge. Until you get the infinite dandelion tuft, there's basically no way to mitigate that fall, besides the mutation for reducing fall damage. So, once you fall, you want to hope you grab a leaf. Like, there's little like leaves coming off the hedges that you might want to hope you can land on and reduce some of your fall damage. But otherwise, you're probably going to go splat. So, like I said, you want to gear up, and once you head into the hedge lab, the first place that you hop into has a water cooler, so it's like the beginning of the dungeon, I guess. And then the super chip is literally right next to you, but it's behind a door. And the door needs a password to open. And right next to the computer that you need the password's written. But unfortunately, somebody ripped the note, and now the pieces are scattered along the hedge lab. So you need the 5 or 6 characters that the password is, and then you're able to open the lab door and grab the super chip. Pretty simple progression. You just go through the lab kind of in different ways. There's not a linear progression through the lab. There's like an intended way, but because you can jump on the top of it, you can climb over the hedge. I want to call them branches, but they're, I guess, kind of are. Whatever. You can climb across the hedge branches and get to the other side of the lab without getting in the lab. So you have options, which is nice. It doesn't feel like you're just limited to, all right, go in the first door, clear the first room, go in the second door, clear the second room. It's a little bit more freedom in that. And it can actually be a disadvantage if you get into one of the later rooms before you're supposed to, because then it can be harder to get out, or you can be swarmed up with enemies that you were supposed to be able to deal with coming at you instead of jumping in the middle of them. Which it's easy to do if you get ahead of yourself.
And that I fell into a hole that was in the top of the lab behind a sealed door that you had to open from the other side. So I either was going to jump out and die, and again, it was, I don't think there would have been building rights, but it was also my own fault for not having rope and stuff on me, because I think there was a zip line right there that connected to, and it was one of Tully's that you couldn't move. But I got greedy and I was like, ooh, science. And so I ran down into that room to grab that thing. Yep, you can get burned that way if you don't look before you leap.
Which is to your point that maybe having different bases closer to different locations might be helpful. Because then if you died, you could just have a base right at the bottom of the hedges, and then it wouldn't be too far of a progression. But I think we gave enough reasons why you might want a centralized location, especially if you want to build at the hedge lab, because that's where your quest giver is. That's where the story giver is. That's where all of the science equipment you need is. It's very heavily defendable. It's the center of the yard. The game doesn't tell you to, but it's like, wouldn't this be a nice spot to build?
And you brought it to my attention. It's the only spot where the duper is. That's the only one.
That is correct. There is a machine that the super chip that you get from this place will allow you to use called the Super Duper, which is a built-in game mechanic that allows you to spend any of the in-game currency to duplicate an item. The more rare and hard to come across, or the more valuable the game deems the item, the more it costs. I think the most expensive thing I've seen was $10K to duplicate. Cheapest being like 40.
Friendship charm?
Yeah, the friendship charm. So it goes as low as 40 all the way up to $10K, depending on the quality and upgrade and rarity of the item. The elf charm being a single existing item. There is a left half and a right half. You could either share it between your buddies, or you could fuse it together, and then you can never get the halves back. So it's something you might want to spend money on if you want more than one of it, because there's no reason to use one half or the other half, because one gives you a shield buff and one gives you a weapon buff. So it really depends on which one you want more, but once you find the second one, you're stupid to not use the combined version of it, and then you're the only one that has it. So you might want to build up and get your friend one, because the perk of this item is anytime you attack, there is a very small chance that your weapon will be repaired slightly instead of damaged slightly. More repair than it would cost for a damage. So in theory, your weapon is invincible over enough time and enough luck. Same with the shield. If you take a damage with your shield and it successfully blocks it, it will, instead of hurting the shield, repair your shield. So your weapons and your shield are self-healing over time. Really, really good for long runs. It gets phased out as you learn to carry more and more repair items, and things get easier to repair as they get a higher tier, which is backwards from a lot of games do it, where like you would assume your level 10 armor would cost like a super rare resource and be hard to repair, but also have super high durability, so it's like a trade-off. Okay, if you have the money to upkeep it, it's no problem, but it does cost upkeep. This game is a little bit the opposite. The lower tier stuff require bug parts and different material to like make the glue out of, to basically patchwork your gear back together. Once it reaches a high enough threshold of upgrade, all things just require glue, and you just get to make a like omni-usable glue that can repair armor, tools, weapons. Shields are the only exception. Shields require whatever material to upgrade that they were made out of, because they are unupgradable. If you could, for whatever reason, get a shield to level 6, you could make you could repair it with glue, but like I said, that's not an option.
No, and I only used 2 shields. I started out with the Weevil shield, and then I moved on to the Red Ant shield, and that was doing... We had so many Red Ant parts, and it was pretty good. And then I eventually switched to a 2-handed weapon, I believe. I was using the mace for a while, get my barbarian up.
The hedge lab gets finished pretty quickly. As you kill the robots, you clear out the spiders, and you get this 3 or 4 password parts. There's a couple pieces of paper. Some of them have more than one character on it, but once you get the 4 pieces of paper, you're able to go back to the main terminal, open the door, and grab the chip. On your way to the hedge lab, you may have seen that there was a couple of other lab nodes. One of them has a overlook of the yard, and if you head up there, you will be able to get the recipe to make the spawner for the broodmother you passed earlier. A little bit further past, I guess, farther back, that's the right words. Farther back, there is a mid-lab that is only accessible by the assistant manager's card. So that's something you have to come back to later, because this is the first time you've probably heard of the assistant manager, other than the Oak Lab, where there's a door that you also need his key card to open. Just quick testing for you. Does my mic sound okay? Sounding a little like overmodulated for me in my ears, but it just could be the feedback for me. Do I sound okay to you?
Yeah, you sound fine to me. Nothing's changed.
Okay, cool. All right, then me just being paranoid. Anyway, you clear the lab, and as you head back towards Burgle, I know there's a tiny buzz in there, but I'm talking about, does it sound like I'm like blown out or overmodulated? No. Okay, cool. Then it's just the way it's fed back into my headset, Tech Talk. It doesn't sound correct, and it's probably the mixer I'm using it through, but it just sounds slightly tinnier than it should. Anyway,
okay. Yeah,
I've digressed. You take the Burgle chip all the way back to Burgle, you slot it into him, and now he teaches you, I believe this is where you actually get the zipline technology. You get your option to build a A-frame or a stinger, which is basically like a wall mount version of it. There are upsides and downsides to either. The A-frame costs a lot more to build, and it requires you to physically build it somewhere and angle it and upkeep it to make sure it doesn't get destroyed. And also it has a radius to it. Because it's built like an A, you can only build going forward and backwards. You can't build into this side because then there's nowhere for the rope to tie. If that makes sense. Audio listeners, sorry, you have to picture why you can't tie to the side of an A. I don't know. I should have thought about how to explain this, but I'm gonna just move on. You can't angle it from the exact side. You can only angle it from a certain radius. But the benefit of that frame is you can send and receive to it. So you can start a rope and send to another place across the yard, or if you're on the other side of the yard, you can send back to it, and it's both ways. The rope connecting. However, zip lines are based on gravity. So the higher one and the lower one, you go from the top one down. So if you want a two-way zip line, what you're going to want to do is build one up here, zip line down towards the other part, build a little tower, and zip line yourself back. However, if you were observant in the Oak Lab, you would see that the manager's key card that you have to get there's a little piece of, it looks like an upgraded zipline thing that you've been using on your ziplines. Your thing that you're holding onto is basically just a stick with some rope that ties to the rope above you, and you just go, wee! The one inside of that room looks like that same thing, made out of nicer wood, and it seems to have some sort of gear on it. So, looks like a powered zipline, just based on appearance. Which is a very enticing goal as you start to build ziplines, and you realize the one-way thing is a bit of a hassle, because building one A-frame and hooking it up is annoying, and then going to build the receiver for it and now having two of them built, and then repeating that process on the opposite end can get very tedious. So fortunately, we started building height-based hubs, where our house would send across the yard to a location, and then we would build higher up at that location to send back home. Became redundant pretty quickly once you get the power zipline. In fact, we skipped all the way to that lab, basically to get it faster than we should have, because once I confirmed that's where the technology was, I was like, we should get that. I mean, there's no fast travel in the game. The only way to teleport in any way is to die and respawn at one of three locations, which is your current bed or wherever you decided to spawn, the nearest field station that you have discovered, and also respawn at the loot case, the kid case at the beginning of the game, where in case you die, you can just respawn there no matter what, even if you've never discovered a field lab or have a home. And the game has a really nice quality of life feature where if you lose your loot and it's in a place that you can't get back to, or it's too hard or anything like that, one time per load, I guess I'll explain that better. Every time you start the game and then you load into the game and then you actually start walking around, you can respawn your backpack to the very center of the yard with the kid case one time. Then you have to go back to the main menu. Well, you have to save, telling the game, I used that, go back to the main menu, load back in, and you're able to use that feature again. It's basically safety features, and you can't really exploit it for speed running and other things like that, to just constantly be all loot just falls right back into the center of the yard magically. It is a really nice safety mechanic, especially if you've been dying a lot at the end of a run and you just respawn at the loot case and then just spawn all your loot there. It's pretty handy. We may have used it more times than we should have, but there were a lot of times where I felt like it was warranted.
Oh yeah. I tried playing on my own and immediately ran into the haze because I didn't know what I was doing. And I fell into a crevice there and I lost a bunch of loot. And had I known that, I would have been able to spawn it right back at the kid case and got it all back. instead of trying to retrieve it 3 or 4 times in a row. You know what I mean? You do run into situations where it isn't worth it. Maybe we did use 1 or 2 where it was just like, go ahead, and probably more or less for time constraint versus trying to exploit the mechanic. You know what I mean? It was like, we don't got time for that right now. We got to hurry up.
Right, like when we only have like 30 minutes left and we don't feel like spending 5 of that 30 minutes left going to get our loot that we just dropped. Yeah.
Exactly.
But for all intents and purposes, it is an exploit to use it other than when your backpack is stuck in an inaccessible area. Other than that, the game is pretty generous on its stuff like that. There is another option. If you put a blueprint accidentally inside of a wall and you can't select that blueprint with your crosshair to tell it to stop being a blueprint, there is an option to cancel all nearby blueprints. And the radius is super small, so you don't cancel things accidentally like across the yard. Or even across your own base, or on the other side of the wall that you accidentally stuck something into. It's basically just enough range to handle a situation like that. Another really nice mechanic. So there are some things that they like ran into while testing or in the beta early release phase where it was like, hey, we need this, please. So I'm glad they are able to put those things in, because as a player, it's nice to feel like I can have that option. Another one that needed to be in the game that's not is an unstuck. If you're falling and then you're stuck in something and you're just infinitely falling and you're just like basically the only way to get out of those situations, or if you're like stuck in a corner behind your pet, is to just starve to death. You just have to wait until your character starves to death and you die and fall on the ground and respawn, and that's the only way to get out of the situation. So if there was just an unstuck that said, hey, I'm going to move you to the nearest field station, whoop, there you go, without killing you,
Yes. That should be a thing. Respawn at field station. It should just be. Then again, you might be able to exploit it, like you said. It
would have to be the same thing as like the kid case recovery, where you get to use it once per load.
You get 1 or 2. Yeah. Once per load. Oh, fair enough. You would get unstuck, and wherever it drops you.
Then once you get unstuck, you just hit save and then close your game and reopen it if you needed the feature again. But typically you wouldn't. You would be able to do it, or you could just keep playing until it happened again. Save, go to the main menu, come back in. You're still stuck in your save, and then use your unstuck there. Doesn't exist, so I'm not going to gripe on it anymore, but there are multiple times where I got stuck behind something or in something, and I'm like, I want to throw my computer out the window right now, because I can't play the game that I've been playing all morning suddenly because of the game.
Yeah, you got video gamed, right?
Exactly. Perfect. Moving on, the Burgle chip, you return it, you get the next piece of technology, and at this point, the game is definitely wide open. You've experienced kind of the gameplay loop that you're supposed to do, and you need to go to the next lab, figure out its gimmick, conquer it, beat its little boss in it. The first lab didn't have a boss. It was more about collecting the lab pieces, lab scraps. In the Haze lab, it's more about clearing out the little bit of enemies in there, and then there's one room that's infested with enemies, and you have to kill the ladybug that's in there, which is technically the boss. Once you kill the ladybug, she won't respawn, and then you can more easily kill the mites that are also in there. Then going to the Black Ant Lab. The Black Ant Lab is where the assistant manager is, and he is the mini-boss of all of the labs, because he's the only one that's actually like a boss, and also probably the indicator that you're kind of at the halfway point, because if you've conquered them in order, this is the 4th one, so we'll quickly cover the Ponds Lab. You get your aqua gear, you swim down. There's 2 entrances to it, one that's easy to find, one not so easy to find, and you get into the Pond Lab. Down here, Wendell was researching what's the best way to grow super muscle sprouts, or Brussels sprouts, but infused it with raw science to make them muscly, which wasn't growing and wasn't producing fast enough. So he was trying to use the fungus to infuse it. So he's doing multiple projects at the same time while mini. Over this time, he realizes he is also suffering from severe health effects. Each of these labs, you'll find him in worse and worse conditions. And it is a condition he has called raisioning, because he is like dehydrating like a raisin and becoming more wrinkled and more pruny, and an awful state for him, honestly. He loses basically all of his facial features, and his body shrivels up, and he becomes one of those Futurama jars, and he's basically the Al Gore one, where he has like a jetpack and he can fly around and do stuff and shoot lasers and everything like that. He's the Al Gore head in a jar. Which if you don't know what I'm talking about in Futurama, go watch that. What's wrong with you?
Fantastic show. Yeah, if you haven't seen it,
what's wrong with you?
What are you doing with your life?
Yeah, if you like sci-fi, if you like TV shows, or if you like cartoons, if you like any of those three, there, go watch it. But moving on back to the labs. Sorry, got distracted there. The research there is in conjunction with his other research. And the both of those researches were stalled by his lack of raw science generation, because it's hard to collect, hard to contain, hard to produce. But he invented some mixers, which are basically purifiers that'll like condense a little bit of raw science to a lot of raw science, which is very useful for doing all the research he needs, because he wants these perfect foods to like solve world hunger, basically. Because if he was able to make these things that grow in super nutrition, super batches, super quickly, and whatever, it would solve a lot of issues on Earth. But he needs to crack it, because there's a lot of gimmicks for this superfood that he's trying to make. So he invents the mixers, they start purifying, and it turns out it pisses the fuck off the bugs, and he moves the mixers out of the yard, or out into the yard, instead of all in the Black Ant Lab. But by then, the Black Ant Lab is overrun, he locks it down, the assistant manager defends it, and you break in to shut down the ants, and also shut down the security so you can get the last Burgle chip. You get that, and you bring it back to Burgle. You have the assistant manager key card, so now you have the two-way zip liner, and you can go to the other labs that you've been to, and each of them have a room where it gets you some extra stuff if you remember where the manager key card room was. There's one in the pond, there's one in the haze, there's one in the hedge labs. Each of them have nothing you don't need, but it does help. Like, one of them has like a ton of upgrade tokens, so you can upgrade your axe for free. Something to consider if you just need that extra loot, or if you're down there and happen to have it, because it's not an item you have to carry or use or anything. It's just like a toggle. You now have the key card at all times around all four of your players' necks.
Yes, which was great. And like you just mentioned, there is a ton of quality of life improvement things, free upgrades. That's where we got the zippy, so we got the powered zip line back and forth. So we didn't have so many that were just unnecessary after that. But such a quality of life improvement. The underwater lab was all right. The Black Ant Lab, where we fought the assistant manager boss, that was a fight. That was like probably the first fight where I was like, oh, this game is kicking my ass, like the spiders and the ladybirds and the other, okay, I get it. I gotta toughen up and be
it's
able
about
to
timing
fight them
and just enduring their attacks. Yeah, but the assistant manager was nothing else like anything else we'd experienced up until then.
Right, there was more. There was the robot was attacking, and there was room hazards. It was shooting lasers out of the wall. And there was another thing it was doing. There was two things it was doing, and I can't remember what the second one was. It would sweep up and down, and then right and left with the lasers.
Near the walls would shoot you with lightning. So if you were too close to the corners, the corners would zap you. And then he would also summon little minions. So the minions would come and attack you and force you into one of the corners that were dangerous.
It was a very
You had to multitask during that fight and
hectic
just
fight.
endure it
Yes.
because there was only a couple of seconds per like round where you could safely attack the boss. You could attack him if you just had like plenty of items. You could just heal through it and everything like that. There's nothing like to one-shot you, or there's no poison damage or anything, but there is just a lot of ow, ooh, ow, ooh, ow, ow, ooh, ow, ooh, and
Mhm.
getting hit repeatedly for soft hits up until you're out of health suddenly. So it's most safe to just dance around the room between the obstacles up until the obstacles drop, and then just beat the shit out of the boss for a couple of seconds. Go back to dancing, heal up for any damage you took during that, and just kind of repeat the process. There isn't any stages to this fight. It's just, I'm doing this move, now I'm doing this move, here comes my enemies. I'm doing this move, I'm doing this move, here's the enemies.
And it does help to work in tandem. There was a couple of times we went through not just that fight, but that style of fight where if one of us, like I would be managing the hordes, the summoning mobs, so you could attack, you could stay on the boss because then you're not getting picked at, and your life will last a little longer. But then if I go down, then it's like you got to stop doing what you're doing, come revive me, and then we're back to it. The assistant manager fight was the first one, I think. We were like, okay, let's look into this. What's he weak to? Let's craft that specific weapon. Let's go back and smash his face off. And we totally did. You know what I mean? Like, it went much easier once I think we had the sour. No, or was that Schmechter? I'm not sure. I might be confusing, but I know we went back.
That was Schmechter, but we did the same thing with it. We made sure we upgraded our hammer, had it correctly, and made sure we got some gear, plenty of healing items. It was like we went in there and we did okay our first round, but once it got to the point where he started doing multiple attacks layered on top of each other, it's like, I was not ready for this. I've been fighting bugs.
Right. He starts to, because there's those 4 pillars in that room that do weird shit, and he starts summoning bugs, and then he's on his own shit. He was doing orbs or some shit at one point.
Yeah, he shoots his own orb,
and you're like, what are you doing?
This big orb that just bounces around the room, so it bounces and pushes you, so you can get hit by it and pushed into one of his other hazards. It's honestly a good boss. Like, well designed. They're not throwing too much at you at a time. It's just right enough. Like, the lasers sweep over you. Okay, so all I did is crouch here and just don't get stabbed in the back. Okay, now just stand up, walk over here, crouch here. It's really calm in steps, but there's so much happening that you panic easily and then you start getting tons of damage. So, honestly, great boss fight, and it, as I said, it kind of signifies the halfway point in the game. There is a lot of stuff to get done after this, but now you're done with the main labs. You've got all the burgle chips. Well, the main ones. There's extra ones that'll get you, like, go get the one from if you go get the one from the sandbox, now you can make extra signs. You get a new couch. There's also some new recipes you can make here. The big one, though, you can make new nuggets, which are you needed to make elemental weapons. It's like, oh, okay, well, that would have been cool to get from one of the main labs. I didn't know that was holding me back this whole time, is not going to the sandbox. It not telling you what you're going to get from the chip is a smart decision, because if I would have just looked at the map and been like, holy shit, we get flame weapons over there, we're going there first.
Yeah, no kidding. Just totally run and look for, or whatever build you are looking to grab. If not fire, mint or sour or whatever the case is. Or finding what weapons are where. Oh, cool. Stabs are over there. Let's go to that area and defeat what we need to get.
I would say I played a good 150 hours together before I started actually like wikiing things, because I was like, okay, I don't want to play another 150 hours on top of this. I would like to cut that a little bit.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I need to start wikiing things now, because I've been dancing around it. I've been getting a little bit of knowledge. I've been like checking Reddit here and there, but like, all right, I just need to go look at the wiki. All right, where do I get this? Okay, how do I get it? Okay, cool.
And especially when you get into that last 15% of stuff, it's not handed to you. Like, and not a lot is in this game, but it does lead you. Okay, you're going here, you're going here, you're going here. You need to get you. It'll get you to a point where you can defeat the game. You could have literally went and tried to finish it right after finishing the 4 main labs. But it's much easier if you put like I said earlier, if you put the work in, you get much more back out. And I don't fault you at all for like wikiing stuff. I try to not do that, but like I said, growing up playing role-playing games without like the internet wasn't that popular. They would literally, it would be game right there and then the guide right there. So you would buy one, then the other. And of course that, for me, the easier route is right there. I'm stuck, flip to page 42. Oh, I'm stuck, flip to page 47. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't be doing that.
It creates slightly bad habits.
Until it gets to a point. Mm-hmm.
I also like avoiding spoilers.
To get to that point.
So it helps, because I don't want to be researching one thing that I want to know and then suddenly be like, oh, hey, by the way, here's the final boss's loot. Like, fuck. Okay, shit. Cool. Yeah. That's a really cool item. Damn it. I didn't. All right.
And
anyway,
that's
you can't unlearn it. So, you have to be careful when treading for that actual information. One that I remember that I just got fucking fed up with it is, for the longest time, we didn't have a mutation. And then while I was exploring one morning, I found a 4-leaf clover that got us one of the level 2, half the mutation. And then there is another one that just we've been playing and playing and playing. Like, how the fuck do we get this other level of this mutation? Like, the way we got level 1 was discovering something. The only other thing in the entire yard related slightly to luck is the dice, and I wasn't the one that had to gone and explored the dice, so I would have figured just finding the dice would have been the thing. So no, of course it's not just finding the dice. It's finding the dice, hitting it, and making sure you hit it and roll a d20 with the dice. So, I mean, it makes sense, but I would have literally never fucking figured that out because I had no reason to go to the maze. You went in the maze, you discovered the chest, you went outside the maze, you found the key, you went back there, you looted it, you cleared the table, you found the thing, you helped me hook up the zip line, you did everything you possibly could up there, except for fucking spin the dice. So...
I didn't... You were up on the table later before doing that, too. It's not like you didn't explore the maze, you didn't have to explore the maze, but you did go by the bees, and you did see dice. They're just kind of sitting there. I didn't even know you could interact with them in that way. They looked stationary.
Yeah, it looked like a static object,
I mean?
like most things. Like that, you can't move the mants, you can't move the jacks on the porch, you can't move like anything. Like
I tried.
So why would you be able to move the dice? Why would you be able to move the dice? Like it just does. The first part of the mutation is finding something, just finding a secret location with a lucky object and just being imbued with the magic from it. Okay, makes sense. Sure. Why wouldn't the second part be that same thing, where you just go to a location and get imbued with magic? I don't know.
And honestly, see, you found a clover. It was a 4-leaf clover. Ooh, look, you found a 4-leaf clover. Super magical. Really neat environment too. By the way it's like got the glow on it and stuff like that. So I would think a horseshoe afterward. That's what's lucky to me.
Or a rabbit's paw, because every time, whenever Willow picks back her backpack, she mentions lucky rabbit's foot, Morton or lipstick. Ah, good, it's all still here.
And that is even a good, being over analytical. That's what we get. You caught that because yes, a rabbit's foot. Those are the things that come to mind. Not rolling a d20 as being lucky. That's specifically to Pete, almost.
It's more to Pete and the son Thor, which is Tully's kid's son's name. Like it's more about those two characters. It would make more sense if it was like something to do with their development or something like that. But it just threw me off because it just seemed counterintuitive to find that one thing. And it like same with the moths, where I got to the point where I'm just like, where the fuck are they? Where the fuck are... I'm glad I found the moths myself before just wikiing it, but like I would have
Still
never,
weird.
ever gotten that other part of the luck charm if I didn't just be like, oh, okay, cool. I just go hit the dice one time. But okay, cool. Now I have level 2 luck. Hey, come over here and hit this dice one time.
Yeah, that's because that again, comparing notes, that was what was fun. I was like, oh, what am I missing? And that was one that I was missing because you had started it, and then you were like, okay, we got to go do this now.
Because it's one of the
And
only ones that's
to
not
your
like a
point-
group projection. Like some of them are like training your character. Like obviously, if I go hit things with the bow, you're not going to get better at shooting with the bow. Sure, okay, whatever. But
Or
if I
punching,
if
or
I go
I
kill
got assassin
if I go
first.
kill a boss, it should give us both the kill for the boss, you know, and both unlock the perk for killing the boss. Or you defeated the first mixer, so now everyone on the team has the ability to defend things better. Like those all make sense to be shared. That one, I guess, you know, it's something you have to earn yourself. Whatever.
Weird.
Yeah,
And
some of the things made perfect sense. Some of them didn't, and I felt like when I wikied them, I was like, oh, that's stupid. Okay, whatever. So, another slight nitpick. You know, we can't glaze the game the entire time, but
Right, I know, and that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna start doing that. I was like, the complaints that that we have aren't necessarily gonna outweigh the better parts of the game.
Oh,
But
not at all,
You
no.
got to point them out.
yeah, you
You
have
gotta
to
point
have.
'em out, and that
I'm here to
is
review
one-
it, not just say, all right, here was the game. Here was how good it was. All right, good night.
I mean, you might get more money for that, but then you're selling your soul.
No, people
the-
pay you more money when you hate things, but I don't like talking about
Oh,
things
that's
I
right.
hate. Not in a deep analytical long form subject. Like I don't like talking about things I hate in that way. That's why I don't do a Dabbleverse
No,
show.
I understand. Not on my channel. That's
Yeah,
why
that's why I don't do one of those.
We both agree on that.
I do something that talks about it sometimes, but yeah, I don't do one of those shows.
And yeah,
We're gonna move on.
I digress.
Afterwards, you turn in the 4 super chips. Burgle lets you know that, oh, hey, Tully's missing, right? And we're like, yeah, remember? He's like, oh yeah, of course I remember. I also remember where he might be, and then I can track his scabby. Duh. So go check over here. That's where his scabby is. So you go over to the part where his scabby is, and it is on. He has like a shed, and on the shed little porch, there is a chair and a table with an ashtray and a radio. Right next to that is his
Lawn
watch.
chair. That's the word.
It's his lawn chair. And a watch.
I was trying to think that earlier. Sorry.
Which is basically what the scabby is. It's kind of like a little wristwatch with like 2 dials on it. And it's kind of thicker. It's got more of an interface to it. It's touchscreen. It's mostly just a biometric meter, and I guess it's also where your characters would have their inventory and stuff, but the inventory doesn't look scabby shaped, so that's just a assumption, is that all of your menus and stuff are on your kids' wrists. It would make sense.
Good point. But again, it is 1989, so it's all going to be LCD based.
I mean, it even makes sense because throughout the yard, there's little unlockables that are called scabby flavor schemes, which are basically just UI
So
colors. You can just go into the menu and change your UI color and UI color theme on different packs that you can unlock. So one of them is like purple, one of them is blue, one of them is regular colors, one of them is regular colors but saturated, one of them is regular colors except this color is white, one of them is this color except this color is orange. There's a lot of schemes, and gives you the option to change between both day and night themes. Whenever the nighttime hits, your UI will automatically switch unless you use the same theme for both, which I think is really nice. It's like, I wonder at what point during the game they were like, so we have the UI that switches. That's cool. What if you could change the colors? And somebody was like, all right, cool. Go add a bunch of colors for the UI.
I don't know who came up with that idea, but I am so happy that they did. There is only it's more common now that you can do that, like literal customization in your UI and stuff, but I love that when it gets like thrown into a game, especially games like in an RPG Maker RPG. If that's an added feature where you can customize the windows and stuff so they look a certain way, I like that because I'm going to be reading a lot in that RPG. You know what I mean? And I like
and you want it to be
with the scabbies,
aesthetically pleasing and soothing. So
Mhm.
like if the
Yes,
UI was yellow the entire game, I'd be like, man, it's so fucking ugly. Every time I'm in my backpack, it's just a big yellow screen.
Also, it freshens it when you can change it too. It's like
yeah, because you're
mobile,
playing for like
which is
5 or 6 days, and then you get a new scheme, and you're like, ooh, let me slap that on there right now. And then you're suddenly like, whoa, okay, I'm gonna use this for a while. Then as you use it, you're
Right?
like, okay, I don't like it as much as I thought. Like I got one that was basically all purple. I liked it, but the problem is it was all purple. Buffs were purple. Debuffs were purple. Icons were purple.
Mm.
Everything was purple.
Purple. Uh-oh.
Yep, that tasted purple.
That's what I love about Earthbound. I let
I-
you change your colors in the game. Oh, interesting.
That was one of the games I was thinking, and Suikoden was one for Konami on PlayStation. It was like it let you change all the windows. I was like, wow, this is dope, man. Like something so stupid that made me so happy. You know, I don't know why, but I really liked it in this game. And like you said, you see a new color pop up, and if it is a shocking one like that, you're like, wow, this is cool. I'm going to use that for a bit. And then you get corporate gray, and you're like, all right.
I liked it because it's just clean, you know, and it has some really nice reds to
Right.
it. Yeah, it looks like, you know, some of them are just super clean and they don't have the nicest colors, but because it has that ultra readability, it's nice.
Legible.
For my
Right.
daytime theme, I would use one where all of the menu, like where the text was white boxes with black text. So like super easy to read. So when I'm crafting and I just have a huge crafting menu, I'm just like, okay, there's the icons, there's the text. Really easy to
Nice.
read.
And you know that's a problem I deal with. So that's probably why, like, even consciously why I like it is because on that subconscious level, it just makes it easier for me to enjoy the menu in the game, literally, functionally. Like I can see better. I like that. Menu UIs, if they're too small, they're just not worth it to me. Terraria is right on that borderline. You can scale it, which is great. But if it's too small, it's like what the fuck? That's supposed to be an anvil? It looks like a fish. You know what I mean? Like,
especially whenever they have like artistic renderings, or if it's a pixel arty game or whatever. Yeah, it can. So here's an axe, sure, but we decided that we're gonna make the icon of it like where it's coming at you. It's like, what the fuck is that? Is that a sword? Is that a knife? Is it an ice pick? What the fuck is that?
right. Yes, no, that's a perfect example too. An axe is supposed to be looking to the left or to the right. You know what an axe looks like. It's got the little curve. If you do something other than that, I'm going to be confused because I'm a dummy.
Right. It needs to be legible,
Or you-
and some of the UI schemes are much more legible than other ones. And or at least I ended up sticking with a couple that were very close to default, but had like nice. I used the corporate gray one, and I used another one that had white. So at night it was dark, and light, and during the day, which I guess I could have switched it for even more better readability. But I liked that it got dark at night.
Yes, that's. There was more than one time that it changed, and I was like, "Oh, it's nighttime now. Cool. Oh, now it's daytime. Cool." Just while I was in menu, it'll just pop, and I'm like, "Oh, cool. That's neat." Like
Yeah, because it doesn't. It's not a transition.
you-
It's literally just like next minute, boop. All right, there's your next color scheme.
And again, with the like sense of involvement with the world, it's just reminding you a little bit. Oh, it's noon. Oh, it's midnight. Whichever. I think it's 6 a.m. and
6 a.m. and
11
6
or
p.m.
something
or
like
so,
that.
whatever. Yeah.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. Like, oh yeah, now I'm aware of what my where I'm at spatially and time wise. Okay, sorry. I'll let you.
Well, it helps too because some bugs have different patterns of activity and patterns of behavior at night. Like wolf spiders typically sleep and hide during the day and go to hunt early in the morning and then go to sleep and then go way out in late night. So as soon as you see your UI color change to its night theme, you're like, ooh, wolf spider's gonna be coming out any minute now. So you
Or,
it helps
I mean,
to
like-
have that like just subtle game warning where it's just like bloop. Oh, all right, let's get home. Mosquitoes are gonna be out. The lightning bugs are gonna be out.
Exactly. And daytime, when daytime first starts, that is when the spiders come out. They like want to come out and start rustling around and making all kinds of noises. And if early game you want to kind of avoid that, it's great. Just having a nice visual cue pop you up right there.
Other than that, there's not really any downsides to like night or daytime. It's not like in Minecraft, for example, where you get attacked by extra mobs during the night, or there's more enemy spawns or anything like that. No, it's just harder to see, and the more predator animals are more out.
Now, is it me or because I know I asked you this, but I'm going to ask in public too. Does nighttime seem to last longer?
I think it is slightly longer. I think that the scale is 60-40. I think the night is 10% longer. I'd have to double
Okay.
check. I'd have to
You know
look
what?
at the
And that's a
wiki,
good-
but that I do agree. It feels like the night is just slightly longer than the daytime.
And 10% seems about right too. I feel like it's just noticeable that it hangs on a little too long.
Because at 6 p.m., I think is when it
mind
switches
it,
to
don't
nighttime, and
like it.
sometimes it gets darker in parts of the yard way quicker, but depending on where the sun is setting, because the sun sets at an aggressive angle, and half the yard is already dark.
The sandbox being one of the first spots, I remember watching the shadow, and that was another thing, like the shadows that go across. You can see it in front of you. Like you'll be sizzling, and then the shadow comes, and you're good.
Just suddenly,
Like it recognizes
oh.
nighttime coolness. The temperature went down, which did not work in the grill, by the way, at nighttime.
No, that's real
grill is
heat,
still
not just
hot.
ambient heat.
Yeah. Yes, that's real heat. Right.
And the grill is over near where the porch is. It's looks like Tully was cooking and then knocked it down and then had to go do something because he never picked it back up. And there's ever charcoals just over there. That's basically the wasteland region. There is the desert, which is the sandbox. It's hot during the day, not hot during the night. It's acclimable or acclimable. All right, I'm gonna move on. Don't know the word for that. It's hospitable for you during the day if you're in the colder parts of it. It's not the word I'm looking for, but it's a different word.
It works.
And there's even an oasis part of the desert where you can just constantly be there even during the day because it has nice ambient temperature. The yard doesn't have very many wild different biomes, which is a little disappointing, but not too bad because you have the hedge, which is like high up in the air. You have the pond, which is underwater. You have the haze, which is like the dead grassland. You have the Everchar little barbecue pit, which is just, it's a wasteland. It's just hot, ash, and then charcoals. There's nothing really else there. Then the trash pit, which is, it's not like there's a different environment there. It's just trash, So you're not getting poisoned constantly or anything like that. There's nothing different, The biggest environment difference, I guess, is probably the barbecue pit. It's like no other environment in the area. There's no lab there. There's nothing really to discover there except for the Coltana.
Yeah, no kidding. And that was my bad. I went there a little. I was just running around like the coal area, and it was like, oh, what's this milk carton doing here? And I jumped inside, and it wasn't a milk carton. It was a bag of charcoal. Like that's how dumb I was. But to see, and again, on a second playthrough, knowing where that's at, like with the Black Ant Lab, you want to get there, get your zippy so you can get around, and you want to get your Coltana so you can cook on the go, and have a decent sword weapon.
That's another
It's
example
so much more
of really
convenient.
smart mechanics on their part. If you use a weapon that's imbued with the hot element, if you kill an enemy that drops meat, it instantly cooks it. if you kill an enemy with the salty weapon types,
There you go.
it'll instantly make them jerky, which I think is cool. I wish the cold or the fresh like gave it double like durability, like, imbued it with freshness, so it just had double the lifespan. You know, it would be cool if all of them had effects, but it's really nice that at any time you're like, oh, I'm hungry. Oh, there's a bug. Slash. And just shove the whole bug in your mouth.
Yep. Yeah, and then the Coltana and the Fire Staff. Like, if you could just like shoot a weevil from X amount of distance and just like, oh, there's lunch. Versus having to, let me see if I remember. It's Pebble, Sprig, and Clover Leaf. No, that might be the lean-to.
Yeah, it doesn't. You're right. It requires dry grass. That's the kindling. It was Sprig.
Dry grass. That's the one that's got me. Oh, god damn you.
StreamYard wants me to get the hell out of here, apparently. But I'm not done. I still have a big chunk of the game to talk about.
Actually. Yes. Actually.
Do you want to take an intermission? Get a drink, go to the bathroom?
I can use the restroom.
Okay. I guess this is a good...
Before I'm like holding it?
Yeah, this is probably a good point to do it. To recap where we're at, the kids woke up in the yard. You tried to embiggen yourself, didn't work, blew up the machine. You went to find out why the machine exploded. The robot told you he doesn't know. Go find my super chips. You find his super chips, and he tells you, "Oh, hey, I know where Tully's Scabby is. Go find. He's over there. Go find him." And we will pick up on the rest of the game after going to find Scabby or Tully's Scabby. So be right back.
All right.
Do I have music to put on here? Let's see. Yes.
I hope so.
Oh, shit, I don't. I'm stupid. All right, well, I apologize, people here. You can listen to this.
frame rate.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for the second half of the Grounded review podcast. Whatever. If you feel like supporting the show, you can leave a super tip, both a text chat or a voice chat. Voice chats automatically skip the queue if you need an incentive to interrupt the show. The best way to do it is leave a super tip.
And don't forget pictures.
Yes. I made sure I enabled those before the beginning of the show, so now super tips, image tips are now enabled on this channel. So go ahead and explore that if you'd like to. Moving on to the second half of the game, which is a total different pace than the rest of the game. And you can complete it a lot quicker if you've been building up correctly and planning for this type of event to happen. So you're sent to go find his scabby, which, as I mentioned, it's over on the porch. You find it, and it is full-sized. So it looks like he was full-sized when he took it off his wrist and left it up near his radio, looking over his yard, probably enjoying his thing, and he's like, all right, well, I don't want anyone to find me. So he took off the one thing that would allow Burgle to find him, and he went and hid. To get the information you need out of it, you need to upgrade your hammer all the way to tier 3. If you haven't already, this is now the part of the game where you now are forced to upgrade your hammer. Why you would need to up until then, you didn't really need to. It wasn't necessary. You could kind of get around it. But now you absolutely need it to interact with this, and it's the only tier 3 tool you're required to have for progression. It's the tier 3 hammer. After that, you bust it open, you get the information off of it, and it lets Burgle know he's probably in the Undershed lab, because it has the credentials to get you in the Undershed lab, and that's the only place we haven't really thought about. So he sends you to go under the shed, which, as I mentioned, you may have found while exploring earlier. And you head to the entrance. You now have updated credentials. You log in and get into the door with Tully's login. There is not a whole lot here in the entrance of the lab. There's a little bit of research room, some paperwork, some resources you can take as a reward for getting this far. And then you enter to the second half of the lab, and it's not really a part of the lab. There's a giant chasm underneath his shed, and the crawl space and the chasm are the intermission between the front of the lab and where you need to get. So, the entire thing is flagged as a dungeon. Technically, this whole thing is the Undershed lab. You can't build here. You can't place anything. There is a field station here, so if you die, you can respawn there. But you have to get far enough into the Undershed to discover it even. So if you die at this point, you're respawning outside the shed, above right where the entrance is. So not too far, but definitely a pain in the butt because you can't respawn in the Undershed. Period. You can't. Up until you get the field lab. So it is a very treacherous area because there's a lot of high-level bugs. There's roly-polies, beetles, there's termites, there's ticks. There is a black widow in there, and it is filled with mosquitoes as well, because apparently the pit underneath the shed has a bunch of broken pipes that has poured still water down there, and it's just a mosquito breeding ground.
Again, with the real world reflections, that's usually where you do find the mosquitoes, is near standing water, which I found was interesting. But yeah, the under the shed area, so fun, but yes, very dangerous. If you're underprepared, you're not getting to that field station with ease.
It specifically kicked my ass because up until then, anytime I was presented with almost any obstacle in the game, I would just pull out 70 clay blocks and build my way around it, through it, over it, whatever it took.
So it would be so simple to just go up to that chasm and be like, oh, okay, I see the labs over there. Let me just cross this chasm. Clay, 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 clay. I did that outside. Wherever you need to get across the pond, there's this big, huge gap between you and the castle. So you need to either climb up the castle manually by going down into the moat and then climbing up the other side of it, or you need to build across it. The game doesn't really tell you to build across it, but that I did because I was tired of climbing down in the pit and climbing up. Because every time I needed material for explosive arrows, I'd have to just run over there, bust the caps, and then run to the other side of the yard, get those caps. So it became part of my routine to run across that bridge. So I was already familiar with building bridges at that point. And the game, everywhere in there, like I said, no land rights. It's either incorrect surface or no land rights, meaning you can't build here or you're not allowed to build here.
I think you posted a meme where the dog was blue. It's like, he can sit here. And that's immediately what I was thinking of was this game. And like, oh, fuck, man. Oh, and Once Human as well. We're like, God, I can't place this. I can place something right next to it, but not right here. It just gets very frustrating with that. That's the only gripe I really have with these games, period. That this style of crafting and base building is, I get it. You can't just have like infinite scaling building, and you need surfaces that can't be built on because it will be too easy. You can't just build right near a boss and then expect, to be able to just die and run right back, die and run right back.
You can't just build a turret with explosive ammo in the boss arena.
Right. Yes, that too. Setting traps or, building obstacles for any of the insects to like you can't block them off while you're dealing with another I'm specifically in the Black Ant Lab where you can't just like shut them off from coming in, the ants themselves, to deal with the robot. You know what I mean? You just can't because you can't build, and I get it. But sometimes, like you're saying, you're just like, oh, it would be so convenient to get across this chasm, even just for the next time. If there's no zip line or anything you're getting away with there.
No, the quick route out of this like long dungeon that you're in is after you get out, there's like a secret back door that you can find. The secret back door. It's not like buried or necessarily hidden or whatever, but it's completely unaccessible unless Wendell opens the door, and that's how you get out from this dungeon. You don't have to backtrack or whatever. You get through it and you're like, all right, here's a door. You just walk out now. Oh, that was so easy, it's annoying.
God dang it. Yes, damn it. Why didn't you just open it? Ollie, please.
Burgle, why didn't you just open this door? Why do you make me go through the whole goddamn lab? But it was a nice character building exercise, I guess, because it was one of the few places in the entire game I needed the throwable light source, because the place was so dark and some of the pits look like, does that ever end? Okay, let me throw. Ooh, that is like 300-meter pit. Okay, let's not go over there. It was a nice like journey of exploration, because all the other dungeon was like, all right, kill these enemies, get to the next room. Kill these enemies, get to the next room. This was figure out how the fuck to get over there. Go.
Yep. Yeah, that was a fun one. I do remember you throwing off like I'm gonna say glow sticks, but I think it was the glow lanterns or whatever they're called.
They're flares in that game.
Are they? Okay. You're just like, whoa. Long way down, buddy. And lucky for us, we were very fortunate at that time, speaking of the duplicator and duplicating things. I think we had found the golden tuft by then. And that thing, what a godsend. That made, like, between that and the Zippy, I was all over the place. I had gotten used to it. I had gotten a better keyboard. So, I can run and jump, and it felt really good. And seeing a chasm that I could just go way down into like that, that's so intimidating.
Right, because getting down there is easy, but getting out is the problem, because I can't just clay block us out of there. So I was like, I do not want to get down there.
And there is a weird way out of there. Like, there's like a couple spots where you're hitting these little dirt chunks that are just jutting out a little bit so you can get to that next little part and get out. a little bit easier until we got through there. I'm pretty sure that's where that was. I might be thinking of a different area, but I remember climbing out. Like it's no matter what, climbing out of areas, it can be tricky if you're not careful, and if you can't build there, then it's definitely an issue. The Haze Cavern was when you were like, I'm just building
fucking trenches. God damn, those trenches are so annoying. There's the trenches over there, and then there's the trenches over by the barbecue pit.
And there's only one way out of the specific ones that I know you're mentioning. There's like one way out, and that's it, you know? And if you don't know, and I didn't at the time because I was still kind of new, it can become an issue.
Well, some of those times, those ways out blend into the wall because you're dealing with the exploding larva. You're dealing with the exploding mushrooms. So you have to worry about so many things dealing with it. And then while either fending it off or running, you have to be like, okay, all right, there's a ledge. There's a ledge. And then I can jump over there, and then I can climb out that way. So not only do I have to dodge all these people, I'm going to have to do some parkour real quick. So whenever you're not equipped to deal with the larvae, or you're not in the mood to deal with them, it can be a real frustrating experience to fall into one of these holes. And basically that was the whole obstacle of the Undershed dungeon. Because you can't build out of it. If you fall down, you're fucked, and there's no way to get up to an area. I remember we found a golden tooth basically up in the ceiling, and we haven't really talked about it, but throughout the yard there are like hard candies that have like vitamins inside of it, and if you crack open the hard teeth vitamin candies, you get a milk molar token, which is basically a perk to upgrade your character in a different way than mutations. These are the ways you can expand your backpack. The main upgrades for them give you extra health, extra stamina, extra healing. So, like, things you do give you more health. You get hungry and thirsty slower. And also, you can carry more mutations in one of your loadouts. By default, you can only have 2 mutations. With the max, you can have 5 mutations on a loadout. And you get 4 loadouts. So, technically, you can have 20 mutations at the ready, which is a nice arsenal to be able to switch through, especially when you be able to go build crafting. The molar upgrades are totally permanent, and the gold molars are team upgrades and also inventory upgrades. The 3 categories are consumable stack size, arrow stack size, and also just regular item stack size. So you can get items from basically like 10 a stack all the way up to 45 or 35 per stack, which means instead of carrying 20 for two inventory slots, you can carry 70, which is a huge increase of your inventory size.
Absolutely. And I think the arrow maxes out at 50 because it starts at 25 and it maxes out at 50, which is 100 arrows is so much.
You're basically not going to go through that unless you're fighting a boss.
Exactly. And the other stuff is great. Like it's the healing items and the max arrow stacks that are just, you need those, or you're going to need those for boss fighting, you know.
Yeah, because by default you can only carry 10 potions, and at the end you can carry 25 potions per stack, which is a shit ton. That means I can carry 50 potions without worrying about it.
Especially when we're fighting bosses that do damage over time, like bleed or venom or poison. You know, being able to chug a beefy fuzz on the rocks,
get half your health back, and get like 30% extra health.
Just big chunks were coming back. I was like, whoa, this is great. So great. Because that was the other issue I was having. I'm like, oh, bandages, cool. Just spam bandages. And those don't do dick after a while. They just don't.
Basically, the only purpose of those is to heal you over time or to stop damage over time from really taking you as much. Because it'll barely heal enough to stop poison, and it doesn't heal enough to stop bleeding, because bleeding is just strong enough to totally bypass it doesn't bypass it, but it's so much damage that it goes past the healing over time. And Venom, same thing, will wreck you. So bandages are nice, but you have to make a tactical decision to use a bandage because it has to be in a time where you don't need a Band-Aid, but you need to use a Band-Aid. So it's something that you're like, okay, I didn't get hurt that much during that hit, and I don't need to drink a potion. Okay, I'm still attacking, I'm still defending. Let me throw a Band-Aid on. Let me maybe get like 10% of my health back. If I get poisoned, it'll stop the poison because it'll counteract the same tick rate. So it's nice to always have a Band-Aid on hand when doing a longer fight, even though the healing is negligible. But negligible is better than none.
Right. And I agree with that. That's another thing. We really had to plan things out, at least for the first attempt. Once you learn it, it's a little easier. And once you get the right gear going, like you were able to fight the mantis on your own. Once you realized, okay, just hang back, let her act up, and then when she jumps towards you, that's when you just start hammering home. And then hang back, let her do the area effect thing. And thank goodness the mantis doesn't heal.
Yeah, no kidding.
That, like the wasps, those were annoying early on. But also that again, that was an accomplishment to me. It's like, fuck these wasps, man, I hate them. And then after a while, it's like I can handle 2 of them. Whereas before they were just stinging the crap out of me, and the drones are the worst of the two. Where they're, let me back off just out of your range and start healing myself. You son of a bitch.
They have, I guess, the best AI out of any of the standard mobs. And then I will compare either a super tight second or a same exact tier as the Black Widow, because they both know exactly how to kick your ass and exactly how to avoid getting their ass kicked by you.
Mm-hmm. And the Black Widow also has, perks on the side, like the Wasp,
Those are ones that I would secretly classify as like a tier 4 enemy, because they're not a boss, but they are just strong enough that they make other enemies look weak. The infected wolf spider, the Black Widow, and the drone I would put as tier 4 enemies.
Yes, they are definitely a level above our regular tier 3 stuff that we had been taking care of.
Well, yeah, because when you put that in the same category as a roly-poly, it's like, what?
Mm-mm.
This is the same difficulty as a roly-poly. The roly-poly has 2 attacks.
Excellent point on that, too. These guys have more than 2. Well, the wasps, I think, have 2 variants, like the aerial thing and then, like, 2 different stinging patterns, I think. It's like 1, 2, 3, and then there's, like, a 1...
They have the lunge one, the multi-stab, and then the venom shot. Okay. Then the drones do the scream, where they can, if you get hit by the scream, do bleed damage to you. So you can just get inflicted by bleeding.
That's right.
They're annoying. They're really annoying enemies.
I forgot about that.
Ugh. Fortunately, you don't have to deal with them for the most part. And up until now, you probably haven't even seen any unless you're exploring the upper right quadrant of the yard. Because there's no real reason to go over there. There's no story objectives. There's no material you necessarily need over there. So, for the most part, you can avoid wasps outright all the way up until you have to deal with them.
Correct.
Same with Black Widows. There's literally, hold on. I think there's 3. Nope, 4. Yeah. Okay. There's one over by Castle Moldork.
3 or 4.
There's one underneath the porch in the little secret chamber. There's one underneath the toolbox and the lawnmower. And there's one inside of the brawny boy bin. Oh, nope, 5.
Okay.
Because there's one also inside of the undershed. She's like the final boss area of there, which we're about to get to.
Oh, yes.
In the shed,
the Black Widows.
After you finally cross through the chasm, go through all of that, we pick up the golden milk molar we got distracted by, and find your way into the pit and out through the pit. It took me a while because I really, really was hoping I was wrong, because at the bottom of the mosquito pit, there is a tunnel, like a web tunnel, which is very similar to the Broodmother's nest. And I'll look in there, and of course, there's another upgrade tooth and a Black Widow. I'm like, oh fuck. All right, I'll go get the tooth, and then that'll be no problem. So I run in there, get the tooth, and while I'm in there, I see there's another tunnel in the back, and I'm like, shit, we're gonna have to run past her. If she bites either of us, it's gonna hurt a lot. So I mean,
Yes.
it's nothing we can't live through, but it's gonna be a hassle if she stops us. So we both just bravely sprint through her chamber like a coward, and ran all the way up to the top of the next segment where you're on the opposite side of this chasm. And something we've seen across the entire dungeon is a big, giant pink container. There is a massive raw science repository, a storage receptacle. This is basically the bank of it. So all of the mixers that he's been working on, all of the other ones he's collected and produced and manufactured, all of it's being stored here, except for the amount that he needs to power the other labs. So all the other labs have some in it, and they're doing whatever they need and whatever, or for research purposes, storage containers. But all of the extra shit is just sat here underneath the shed for two reasons. One, it's out of sight, out of mind. And also, there wasn't really anywhere else for him to put it.
Good point. Yeah, he didn't have like anything to contain all this in. So when we first came upon that, it was awesome. There was like, it reminded me of Ghostbusters 2 when they figured out that there's like this river of ooze under the city. It was like, wow, look at all this science, dude. Like this dude was putting in work. Super awesome. And is this where we discovered the other science or no?
Yeah, we will discover the grilled science, yes. And this is also the place that he went after fleeing from, or his wife left him. He got confirmation that Omninent, his corporation, is coming to kill him, basically. And Burgle is of no help, really. So he kind of just sequesters himself away almost indefinitely, doing his research, because the only really successful thing he's worked on in the yard has been the zippies and the muscle sprouts. And the muscle sprouts is a small scale thing because they're unstable outside of their containment unit, because he hasn't perfected the mushroom thing, because he hasn't perfected raw science. So there's a lot of loose threads. If he could get one thing, it would all like snap closed and probably be good, you know? He'd be able to cure his raisoning. He would be able to solve world hunger and also solve any spacing and storage issue. So, you know, he'd be able to change the world if he could just figure out these couple of issues he's working on. So, you know, I understand his dedication to it. But you also chose to have a wife and kid, so you can't have your cake and also have your cake.
Correct. And in fact, his wife and kids left because he missed the cake and turkey dinner. From
Thanksgiving. Yep. Big fucking deal. You can't miss Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. He blew off a family holiday, like the one that you sit down with your family and eat dinner. You know, like, come on, dude. I don't blame her. But again, like with the world building, you find her ring at the bottom of a pond. I remember we went down there and found it, and it was like, wow, you're just getting all this like storytelling and stuff. And yeah, Tully's story is pretty sad because, as you're saying, you know, he's raisening up here. He's trying to figure it out, but ultimately he failed, and then went and, correct word, sequestered himself to this underground secret lab that we didn't even know about until Burgle, you know, gave us clues. Oh, Tully must have went this way. And if you find his scabby, I'll be able to actually pinpoint where he went, which was interesting. Also, his toenails were up there.
Yeah, gross. Nasty. And the fact that we make things out of them is even more nasty. Ugh. Keratin. Ugh. Gross. Anyway. The big secret of why he needs all of this raw science excess is because he is trying to, at all costs now, reverse the raisoning process. Because if he doesn't, he's dead. or maybe worse than dead. He's not sure, and he doesn't want to figure it out. So he put himself in some goo to put himself on, like, it's not cryo sleep, but it's adjacent.
Stasis.
Yeah, there you go. Stasis.
some type
Put him
of
in stasis.
I would
There,
say.
yeah, that correct. Yeah. Put him in stasis. Because his latest and last project failed horribly. He got inspiration from his son, who likes to play basically D&D. And in that version of D&D, there's some big enemies that are called Mantmen, which are essentially like big barbarian shaped guys that have like chitin skin and it's not really a mantis head. It looks more like a fly with pincers, but basically that's what he is. It's a big barbarian man with a bug head. And Tully, as he gets more crazy from his mind shriveling and more paranoid and more desperate, decides, fuck, maybe I can make a new body. I don't know. Sure, why not? And there's a lot of hand-waving with his discoveries. Apparently, he successfully has made mind transferring technology. It didn't successfully work, but he's now made the technology. Like maybe a little bit more time and effort. He can also do mind swapping, body swapping tech. This man is doing a lot of shit that is like. While we were playing, I went through waves of, do I like Tully or do I think this man's insane and evil? Like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? It's just he is too dedicated to his work, and sometimes that ends up really well, and also sometimes he ends up making horrible fucking mushrooms that burrow into the life forms around the yard, possess them, turn them into zombies that explode.
Yes, that was bad.
Hey man, if that
not a good
fungus
thing.
starts infecting humans, what the fuck is that the end of the earth?
That's why I'm so excited to play the second one. I want
Yeah.
to see what happens here. Because the only thing he did to mitigate that was open a can of DDT and leave it in the yard.
He just said,
And-
scorched earth. Guess what? It doesn't scorch it. It just fucking stops it from growing.
That was it. And it stopped it from spreading. It didn't even stop it from growing. It just stopped it from getting out of that haze, the fungus cloud, or the pesticide cloud. And then we stopped it with the gum. That was a neat thing. There are some like decisions you make that once you do this is it. And putting gum on that canister to dispel the haze, let it spread in the yard. So technically, we let that fungus go.
Right. He had a
I think.
containment method that was sort of working, and we're like, there you go. And then suddenly there's infected wolf spiders on the entire other side of the yard. So we fucked up.
Yeah, it might have been
We fucked up, I think.
it might have not been the best decision I made in game.
Can we kill this fungus? Is this a super fungus? Yeah, I don't know. This could pose to be the end of the earth. Like, this is how Last of Us happened.
Exactly.
So, like I said, I went through roller coaster on whether I like this guy or not. I settled on I do like Tully because he's too ambitious is his problem. And that's not a crime. It's just dangerous. And, you know, maybe if he had some people he could trust and rely on, and if he listened to his wife when his wife tells him, hey, come inside and put that down, then he might end up in a better way. So, the good ending implicates that he does. So, good on him for that. We'll get to the good ending, though. We discovered that he's trying to make a new body because his de-raisening process is not going well. He's tried basically everything, and it is not working. He's gotten a lot of other successful stuff done, but he's like I said, he's gonna die. So, he builds
He's right at the goal line with a lot of these.
Yeah, he builds himself a new body and builds himself mind transferring technology and goes to transfer his technology or brain into the Mant. It works temporarily while the Mant is awakening. Its internal and natural instincts kick in, and the thing kind of awakens, kicks his consciousness out, and goes on a rampage through the walls of the lab until it goes into a really secured unit, which he's able to lock down, and it doesn't really pose much of a threat anymore. But the problem is, it's between you and him. So you have to go and deal with the Mant now.
It was a fun one. This was very fun for me. I really enjoyed this. Him trying to do the brain swap. Of course, mad scientist. Like you said, this is one of those things like, is this guy really trying to help things ish? Because he's literally ripping apart insects and gluing them back together. Gluing. You know what I mean? Like he now he's doing like Frankenstein.
He's making Frankenstein and trying to live inside of Frankenstein. Hey, dude, what's going on?
Exactly. Yeah, not okay.
We know these things don't end
but
well.
At the same time,
and it didn't.
and it did not. It's still up to us to be the voice of reason for Tully. It's like, okay, dude, you need some help, man. And unfortunately, the people that were being paid to help him, we'll get into it, ultimately betrayed him. I think we did mention that earlier.
Yeah. They fired him, sold him out, sold his stuff, and then also sent some people to go sabotage and presumably eliminate him. Because after this point, it's been confirmed now that Orc, the Omniscient Recon Control, is been sent to the yard, which is at least four crew, definitely more based on the skeletons, but at least a crew of 4 that was sent into the yard to set up a base, stay secret, keep logs, and then mind control bugs with their orc technology, which is like a little robot hat that gets bitten into their head and is really, really, really effective at controlling ants, specifically the fire ants, and bombardier beetles. So those are the 2 that they use mostly as their foot soldiers. The 4 Omniscient men are definitely dead through various means, as we find their skeleton, their logs, and their name badge. So there, again, maybe more, and I believe there is, based on the random skeletons you find in just random locations with no name badge, no audio logs or anything like that, or no paper logs.
Okay,
one of the
right.
biggest ones that had his own little story going is Stava. Stava is one of the men who was sent there, and he went crazy, very crazy. He basically fell in love with the ant species and wanted to become the Ant-Man and become a man-ant. He started killing and collecting ants, right? And trying to like make them an offering, showing that he could become them, and made like an altar to the ants, and then ended up talking about how he loves an ant, but the ant is not really reciprocal of his love, so whatever. And then talks about having to spend Christmas with his new family. So Beastaba went completely nuts, and I believe you find his stuff in the ants. So the ants, I believe, killed him.
Yes, I agree with you. That was a weird discovery. That was a fun one. I think I made the core or like the parallel that it was kind of like Ratman, but it isn't. But it is in my way. It's like there's this like whole little pocket side story that is going on that could spawn a whole comic book of its own if somebody would be that ambitious. But I think unfortunately there is too much time. We're on Grounded 2 now, so anything that's in between Grounded 1 and 2 is probably already hammered out. But yeah, so very interesting, very fun.
I think that's probably fair to say. But now they are assaulting the yard, and something you have to deal with. But just before that realization, you kill the ant, you meet up with Tully, and you talk to him, and he tells you that oh well, I can get you bigged up. Like, sure, I'll send you home. Sorry this happened to you. I can't believe they kidnapped you, and I'm glad they sent you here to my yard so I could find you, and I'm glad it worked out. So that's cool. We never find out who his 2 associates are that were in the lab that helped free us. And they're just a male worker and a female worker that work at Omniscient that assumably are friends or assistants or worked with us alongside. They are co-workers of Dr. Tully somehow. So they
are the reason all of this happened because they get you freed from the Omnant Labs. As you progress through your nights and days, you'll wake up and you'll have dreams of your flashbacks of Omnant being shrunken and Director Schmechter talking about it and stuff. Kind of like interesting story stuff, which I won't spoil if you want to experience them yourselves. You meet Tully, and like I said, he tells you, "Oh yeah, let's get you embiggened. We need you to go to the Java-matic, which is my custom coffee machine. I guess it's the best way to it makes embiggening juice instead of coffee. So you go up to it, and you start up the machine. He teaches you how to do it, gives you the final ingredient for the embiggening potion, which is grilled science. That's
right. Awesome.
It's awesome, but like, what is it? I don't know. Whatever. It's
I don't
grilled
know how you
science.
grill science. I'm not.
Look, man,
I'm
I don't
not
know
a
what
master chef myself.
raw science made sense because it's just like raw science, like whatever, sure, but like, how do you process it, form it, and then cook and grill it? Like, I don't. He did it, and that is the last secret ingredient for the embiggening cocktail, whatever the fuck grilled science is. So you get some.
And delicious.
Yeah, it's like ultra processed. So I'm guessing the under shed lab is the storage lab, the processing to make the grilled science lab, and also he was just using it because it's secretive to also make mants or mant. Because there isn't multiple.
Yes.
Only the one you magically spawn through raw science, which I guess I'll ask you now. So there is a mutation that you unlock after killing the Mant called Mysterious Stranger, which is a reference to Fallout, the Mysterious Stranger perk, where randomly you will draw the Mysterious Stranger, and instead of you attacking, he will attack, and he will 999 times out of 100 one-shot anything he pulls the trigger on. Not always, because sometimes he misses, and sometimes it's in a non-one-shottable entity. But basically, the bullet hits, it's dead. Not the case here, but it's a reference to that. You have a random chance anytime you hit an enemy and deal damage to it to spawn a Mant, which is a copy of the boss that you spawned. Same health bar, same attack pattern, same aggression, everything like that, except he just attacks enemies instead of you. Pretty cool. If something kills him, he'll die, but no matter what, he will eventually fade after like 15 or 20 seconds. So he is a really good distraction and a really good extra damage if he can land some hits while he does it. His attack pattern is RNG, so ideally the best thing you would want is the Mant to spawn and then just do the overhead hammer smash repeatedly, but that you're unlikely to do that. He's most likely to do a single punch and then walk backwards and like get into position again and go punch. Okay, all right. Bam. It'd be best if he just did the overhead slam repeatedly, which can happen. He can do it multiple times in a row, but it's chances on chances on chances that you're going to get a Mant that does a shit ton of damage. It's mostly a really good distraction that can't be killed. How does that Mant spawn, is my question. How do you do this? Is it just the game? Is it your opinion that it is the game just saying, fuck it, who cares? You spawn the Mysterious Stranger. It's a Fallout reference. Enjoy it. Or is it actually happening in universe and you are like channeling raw science through your mutations and spawning a Mant?
So the latter is more fun. If it's in-game lore, because you defeated the Mant, something happened where you can now summon, like the grilled science summons him somehow, like through space-time portal stone magic.
We know there's alternate
I mean?
universes based on some stuff we're gonna get into, so maybe it's alternate universe Mants we're pulling through willpower. Like,
right.
This is assumptions, which
With
is
the
why I
grilled
wanted to ask you
science.
this part. But yeah, it's just like I want to say it does. It's actually happening, and our character is inexplicably summoning a being from another dimension to beat this thing up.
That's what I want it to be. But my logic brain says it's a Fallout reference, and it's just a cool thing we've decided to throw in the mutation tree. Not tree, it's a badge, I guess you would say. It's a badge you earn. Because of it being so, well, mysterious, and that is I said New Vegas, but it is one of the biggest Fallout mysteries of all time because it appears from the first one on.
Mm-hmm.
And, but it's the 3D ones that really gave it lore. So and again, like I was saying, there's just, if this game had more attention, the lore here would have been, is just as good as any other franchise IP kind of thing. It's so good.
I really like that it's hyper contained even within itself. There is, for all intents and purposes, nothing else on Earth exists except for Tully and his family, that yard, and Ominent. We don't need to know.
That's all you need.
We don't need to know who's president. What country is this in? Does the U.S. still exist? We don't need to know any. None of that. None of it matters. That is not what the world building is. The world building is we got a scientist who worked for a company that got fired. That's a world building, and then the rest of it is based on Earth.
Exactly. And the only hint of the outside world you get is the view of the neighbors' homes, like from the yard, and the news. That's it. And you only see that in the beginning and at the end. You know what I mean?
And like I said, I totally appreciate that because it contains itself, and it's like, all right, just enjoy it for what it is. And it's a delicious, well-seasoned meal. It's perfectly grilled.
Yes, absolutely.
You take that grilled science and you take it to the Java-matic. You finally brew the ingredients together, and the machine fires up, brews you a couple of drips of the embiggening cocktail. Is what it's supposed to do, but it fails because the power source on it is micro mixers along with extension cords pulling. They are attached to batteries, like car batteries, and then
car batteries.
there's micro mixers. Well, they're actually bigger than regular mixers, but like they're not. Whatever. There's like 3 mixers attached to cables that are attached to the Java-matic. Those things have to power up long enough to fire the machine off to actually embiggen cocktail because it requires a lot of raw science energy. If we remember our learning through the game, mixers piss the fuck off these animals. And not only that, now we have been confirmed that there is orc enemies nearby, which are bugs that want to sabotage us because they're being mind controlled to do it. Not just because they're angry because the science machine makes a bad noise. So once you start the Java-matic, you now have to defend all 3 of these cables from orc enemies and also just regular bugs that happen to be in the area and also get pissed off. Tully does let you know that these guys have to be coming from somewhere. There has to be like a base of operation or whatever. It is a completely side mission at this point to try to find where they're coming from. And it is a lot harder than it seems because there isn't a lot of hints. Anytime you get near like a group of the orc enemies and they're like traveling to or from something, that doesn't help. Based on where they're gathering doesn't help. Like there is no way to really decipher what or where they're coming from. Unless you just fully explore. As I mentioned a couple times, there is the castle Moldork, which is a kid's like sand castle sort of like Playmobil type thing.
Well, for the older generation, it looks like Castle Grayskull, but a little squat. Like it's a little shorter from Castle Grayskull.
Which I think it's a reference to, because there's the barbarian hero, the mighty guy, whatever his name is.
I know who you're talking about, and I thought I saw a model of him, but I'm
Yoked Man.
Yeah, is that his name? Yeah,
something
okay.
Something yoked.
Accurate.
The yoked barbarian. Who cares? That castle is
where they are based at. It is the one lab that you can access, and it looks different and is inaccessible by any of the credentials you've had. So if you go get Tully, who is like a little floating orb guy, and he follows you around, if you take him all the way to the castle, he will hack the doors and allow you to get in there. And this is where the secret final boss of the game is. The secret final boss of the story. The secret final boss of the story is located here in Castle Moldorc, and kind of optional. You can do the Java-matic and fight off all of the enemies there and successfully defend it, which we did, because we looked all around and we weren't unable to find his base. We looked at all the places we thought we could find until later on I remembered there was something underneath the castle. What was that? And then explored it, and that's how exactly what I said. I found the base. I'm like, oh, all right, I'm going to bring Tully here because I can't get into it. So bring Tully down there, and he says, ooh, hacks the door open, and it's where a souped up version of the assistant manager is. The assistant manager fight is basically level 2 here. The attack patterns are harder, more varied, do more damage. There's more to worry about. He summons spiders instead, which can do poison damage to you instead of just robots. So he's a much more of a threat. Also, he's got a lot more health and a lot more resistance than any other enemy we've really fought. He's basically only weak to hammer and sour. So if you had a sour hammer, you'd be getting double bonus damage. So after fighting the boss here, which is a robot drone avatar of director, forgot his Dalton Schmechter. Dalton Schmechter.
Yes.
So
that had me laughing the whole game.
Yeah, it's a good name. Fucking Director Schmechter.
Well, you know, Teacher Schmeacher. This
right,
guy
exactly.
sucks,
But that's
so
his actual name,
Schmechter.
Director Schmechter. It's a good name. It would have been better if it was Hector Schmechter, Director Hector Schmechter.
Oh, I wonder if that was on the list.
I think they would have thought that was too corny, so they went with Dalton. We're just like, ugh, what? Dalton?
Fair.
Anyway, he's basically just your run-of-the-mill evil guy. He's got, like, evil white hair and evil red sunglasses, and he wears, like, a leather suit. He's meant to look like a Nazi, basically. And,
A little bit.
he basically tells you and Tully that he figured out the secret to raisoning, and ha ha ha, fuck you guys. I'm gonna kill, once I deal with you, I'm gonna crush the lab, and I will be the most powerful guy in the world with your stuff and whatever. So you're basically forced now to fight him because he starts attacking you. We failed, and we wanted to come back a couple days later with sour hammers, because it was the best way to just fight him. Also, plenty of healing items. We lost once or twice until we learned his attack patterns, and same with the boss, the assistant manager. It's just a fight of endurance. It's just be in the right spot in the arena, stay there for a little bit, and wait for your chance to strike. Things got a lot harder though, because he was doing big damage, and he was also able to do like damage over time. So I felt like it was a lot easier to get downed in that fight. But at that point, we were so much stronger than we were comparably when we fought the assistant manager. The fight was easier. We were ready. We were prepared. We were even over prepared a little bit. We made sure we like drank sodas and primed ourselves and had the correct everything equipped. So when we went in to actually fight him, we kicked his ass. Even though the fight was harder, we were way stronger. So to compare the two, the assistant manager is a way easier fight. There's not nearly as many hazards, and the spiders aren't there, so they can't web you or do poison damage. So it's an easier fight. But we weren't ready for it. We weren't overgeared. We didn't have level 9 hammers and stuff, you know? So it was a comparably harder fight. I remember
And,
specifically you
he-
saying that after the fight. You're like, I think the assistant manager was harder. And I'm like, at the time, yeah.
But you made the point. You made the exact point. We just went in and we're like, oh, here we are. Let's get it. And we fought him with what we had. And I was definitely underleveled, gear wise, weapon wise, for the assistant manager fight. I think I was still at level 2 or 3 gear, while we could have been at 5. I think would have been closer, or 6. Before we would have had to do the globs and stuff. You know what I mean. We would have been able to at least max out tier 1, and I didn't. So that put extra undue stress on you. But the second, third time we fought Schmechter, neither one of us were taking the L that hard. It wasn't like, oh, res me up. Oh, res me up. Oh, we weren't doing that back and forth like the first time we fought Schmechter. And it wasn't you carrying me like I felt through the assistant director fight. Which was just, I was well underpowered.
But overall, I think the both of those boss fights were very enjoyable, and technically they're the only real like bosses of the game. The assistant manager is not really optional, because if you want to actually get to Tully and beat the game, it is required to beat the assistant manager. The Schmechter fight is completely optional. It's also like secret. You have to go find it, and then you have to make sure Tully is with you to even do it. So even if you had found the lab earlier, which I did and then forgot about it, you can't get into it because it's a Omninant lab and not a Schmechter lab, or not a Tully lab. So it definitely makes it so you can only beat it when the game is ready for you to beat it. After I said, like I said, sorry, I need to drink some water apparently.
Yeah, we went there early on, and because I remember wanting to go see the Moldork playset. It's just a cool set piece, and this game has a lot of them. But yes, you got to come back later, and it is a hidden boss. Like I think we did embiggen even without fighting him.
Yeah, exactly. After we finished the Java-matic like defense mission, it fires the machine, it lasers the chemicals together, fuses it, bonds it, grills it, whatever. And then we take it to the mix, or take it from the Java-matic to the spacer in the middle of the yard, which I guess there's no way you didn't already power it up, because otherwise there's no way you really met Burgle. So you go there, it's already lined up, the lasers are on, you just turn the machine on, you prime it, and then you tell Tully, I'm ready. So he presses the button for you, and you get big. And the credits roll. You get a scorecard at the end that lets you know how well you did, what sort of missions you did, how well you researched, what things you didn't do, your kill count, your death count, everything like that. It's a nice like stat roll. And there is 2 endings, the good and the non-good ending. Because the non-good ending, I wouldn't say it's the bad ending. It's just, I mean, it seems like it would, that makes sense. If you do like we did,
Yeah.
and end the game without killing Schmechter, well, his bot, whatever, you don't learn the recipe for reversing raising, which the key is child genes. Unspecifically, because the game doesn't care to explain it. Children and young teens are immune to raising because their pituitary gland, or their puberty, or whatever you want to make up, their body chemistry just naturally doesn't get wrecked by being mini. So if you're able to study whatever that one thing is, which Schmechter did, you can implement that as a cure for raising. A cure and also a halting of it. So you can stop it from ever happening, and if it does happen, you can cure it and reverse it. Which is required for the good ending. Naturally, because we are dealing with a man in a jar. So if you don't, whenever you embiggen, he will embiggen after you, and it'll be a little bit of a fight for him to go and explain everything to the news and get you back to your families and everything like that, assuming they're alive, because you've been in the yard for 280 days if you're us. So I think my parents probably gave up on me. Probably. I mean, they probably have hope, but there's no way they're still looking 280 days later.
No, not wasting city resources and stuff. There might be a weekend flyer campaign. Every now and then, your birthday will roll around, and we'll put some flowers next to a intersection of, have you seen Annie? We did see a milk carton with 4 other kids on it.
Yes, apparently, according to a lore video that we watched before this, I don't recall this being the case, but those kids were also abducted by Omninent, but they weren't so lucky as to be freed by the scientists that freed us.
Okay. Oh.
So those may be
the
the kids that gave the cure to Schmechter on how you get a cure for raisoning. So they are still missing. We technically are missing too, but we know where we are. So we're not the ones. They've been missing longer than us.
Oh, so interested in finding out what's going on because there are so many. Like you said, it doesn't give you the exact reason on why it works on younger teens and doesn't raisin them. And like you said, the pituitary gland. Oh yeah, that makes sense because your hormones are in like super production at that time. Maybe that mitigates what was ultra aging Tully. You know what I mean? Like he was going through a rapid aging process. Like
yeah, maybe it squishes the pituitary gland or some sort of hormone gland and excretes something that ultra ages you instead of whatever, but because it's so small in a teen that it doesn't get squished, it just gets small enough to not get squished by some. I don't know. It's mumbo jumbo. You can make whatever explanation you matter. The game just said
exactly that.
Kids are the key, and Schmechter figured it out. But if you don't, he kind of fails to convince the world that Omninent's evil, and his wife and kids do come back, but there's not. It's not the greatest of relationships because he's still a raisin man and kind of living proof that she was right constantly and whatever. Just because he came back and said, I'm sorry, you were right, doesn't mean that it fixed everything or whatever. Especially, they will no longer have a physical relationship, so that is also another big damper. A lot of people, that's kind of a requirement in relationships, so if there's no giving and taking on that part, I don't think she's having sex with a raisin man. Could be wrong, but whatever. Just saying.
Don't kink shame.
Yeah, the kids are also kind of like made fun of and not believed because they don't really have enough evidence or proof or anything like that to prove that they did it. But the game allows you to just like load your save right there after doing it. It doesn't just like end it or anything. It says, hey, do you want to continue 1 second before you told Tully to end the game? It's like, yes, please. If you haven't completed all the little side objectives to get the good ending, such as Schmechter, then this would be the best time to do it. You're officially in post-game. And we haven't talked about the post game at all because we haven't had really a reason to. Across from the Oak Pond is something that Tully has been working on that hasn't been mentioned at all in any of his other researches or anything like that. But it is a machine that is guarded by 4 terminals that are like checkpoints. There's one on the left that is a coffee machine, so that's the Job-O-Matic. Once you have successfully fired the Job-O-Matic and repowered it and made your embiggening cocktail, that will satisfy that checkpoint. The other 3 are like artist renditions of monsters, or more specifically bugs. One of them looks like a spider, which, if you recall way back at the Hedge Lab, there seemed to be a big giant spider there, so that's probably that. Along the shed, there is some plants and little planters, and one of them is a nice like orchid bush. and in there is a mantis that you have to kill. And then in the big giant like box, there's like a tool bin. There's like a tool chest, like a red snap-on tool chest, slide-in drawers, and open up top for all the tools that are rusted and laid out in the yard to fix the lawnmower that he never fixed. But there is a big, like, not weatherproof, but weather-resistant box for kids' toys, outside toys, probably like a sleeping bag or whatever, something out there. You know, it's meant to just keep the rain out of it and bigger bugs, pretty much. That's all it's really meant to keep out. Or critters, because bugs are going to kind of get through it, but it's meant to keep out critters and rain. Which does fine, I guess. In that last one is the wasp nest, the actual, like, big-ass, horrible, like, spit, big ball of wasp crap. Apparently, somebody had left it open, and they had just started doing it, and one of the times where Tully got big, he's like, oh, shit. That's right, I was the one that left that open. I left it open because I was working on the upgraded defense robots, and I left the prototype sitting in that bin because it's the only place big enough in the yard to store it. I mean, it could have put it in the shed, but I guess I'm stupid. But anyway, you never get in the shed or see what's in the shed or have any hint of it. Nobody mentions it or anything like that. It's just underneath the shed that you see, which is... Anyway, I'm assuming it's probably jam-packed full of crap because it's Tully. But the reason the big box got filled with wasps is because he left it open with the thing, and they said, ooh, this is a nice spot. So he goes over there, closes it, and kind of just leaves it there. The wasps will break out if you piss off enough of the regular wasps throughout the yard, which is how you find access to the last boss, the last field station, the last burgle chip, and the last Black Widow. So the brawny box is probably the last frontier in the yard. Because you've already been to the hedge, you've already been onto the porch, you've already been around the box, you just haven't been in it. These are totally optional bosses, but as I said, there's this machine that tells you to go kill them now. The machine doesn't tell you what it is or what it does or anything like that. It looks to be like a big vault door, though. So there's something important in there because it's locked down. And it's not locked down like anything else we've seen in the yard. This is a heavy lockdown. Whatever this is very impressive. Wonder what that is. We spent quite a while in the post-game phase, because the bosses are no joke. The Broodmother is, she attacks with the speed and ferocity of like a wolf spider, except she has the tankiness of like a roly-poly and a black ox. She's fast. She summons minions. She is also a bit of a coward. If you're doing too much damage, she will like knock you back and jump back towards the other side of the arena to like stop your damage phase, and you have to either switch to range or close the gap and start meleeing her again.
Right.
Halfway through the fight, she also enables like heavy armor. She just resists like a good 60% of your damage suddenly. There's, as far as it's many times I've fought her, I've never seen a way to break her resistance after the second half. She just seems to have that resistance. So for that, I would say she's the best of these three bosses because she actually has like a boss mechanic. All the other ones are like unique enemies, sure, but this is the only one that has like a boss mechanic, like a stage 2.
Yeah. Other than something else, but the mantis was just it's a straight up phase endurance fight, dodge, move, attack, block and counter attack, stuff like that. The Broodmother was really fun. I really liked that fight. It was interesting. Like you said though, very coward jump back thing. Like you got to switch your range, or if you're quick, get in there, start doing your stabs. and the spiderlings and the orc weavers that come in to like bite at your
Yeah,
ankles.
because it's both.
make
The
it-
spiderlings just get in the way and do tiny little bit of damage, and then orb weavers do a little bit of more damage, but they can poison you.
Right. So, it's not like Broodmother's getting an extra bonus of doing poison to you. It's already baked in because of the mobs now. Plus the defensive resist that you just mentioned. Again, over preparing so you can just come in and like destroy it's well worth putting in that effort because the victory feels that much better then. I don't mind struggling through that first time, but I like kicking ass.
We fought her once, and we got her real low, and we almost won, and we're like, okay, we just need to re-gear, make sure one of us has a weapon that does her weakness, and we should be good. It was before we found the Coltana. We found that in the post-game while exploring. The Coltana is like scientifically designed to beat her ass. It is a heavy slashing, which she's weak to, and heat, which she's weak to. So it's built to kill her. Once you get it, you can go in there and just kick her ass repeatedly. But we lost, came back, re-geared, and we beat her, and both of us had enough endurance, both in us personally, like mentally as players, and our characters still had enough gear and health and items. We're like, I still got boss spawners. You want to go? And we ended up killing her like 4 times a back-to-back. So it was a good feeling of going in there, getting our butt kicked one time, and being like, let's go. Square up.
Let's do this.
I know your patterns now. Come on, fight me.
And this game really reflected that. Repeatedly. It gave you that repeatedly. And I like that. That was probably one of my most enjoyable things. It's just like, all right, I guess got my ass kicked. How do we do this?
The game never handed you a victory one time the entire game.
No, unless it was a weevil or an aphid, but that don't count.
Yeah. Just when you're about to die and you're like, oh, please, aphid. Oh, yes. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
I've
Oh,
been
nature's
there.
lollipop. Yay.
Yeah, it's one of them. The boss after that is the Mantis. You find the Mantis boss spawn item in a location that I've forgotten. It's one of those things that you just kind of find along the way. It might be in the undershed and just on a table in there somewhere. And then the last one is the Wasp, and you get her spawner at the last lab, which has been completely destroyed, so it's no longer really a lab. It is the Stump Lab. It used to be there, then the stump collapsed, and the whole lab is now sideways and slightly underground. So that lab is completely out of commission, which is mostly just like a fun, explorable little area. It's mostly just a parkour challenge. It's where you get a couple of items. You get the research to where to kill the wasp, and that's about it. Or maybe this is the Mantis one. Either way, like I said, I forgot where you found one of them, but either way, you find the last boss spawner in here, and the orchid mantis is really easy to get to. It's just on the porch, and there's no like crazy climb to it. You just get on the porch, and then you climb up a hose, climb up like a garden hose, and you're right there at the arena. So it's nice, quick. You can again, the developers know some things and plan for it and make it around it. Right before the boss arena, there is a pot that you can plant your lean-to, a bed, or a zipline frame. So if you want to like fast travel to this boss, all you have to do is just zipline straight here. The hedge is a little bit harder to get in there because of where it's located, but you can still do the same thing, where you just put a couple of well-placed zip lines and you have a fast travel there. Orchid's super easy though. The Orchid fight is a lot more straightforward as a fight. She's basically just a boss with 2 swords, and she's gonna keep coming at you. She has a lunge attack. She has some slam attacks. She has one where she roars and like weakens you and empowers herself. She doesn't like hurt you with the roar, but it does apply effects that you want to be aware of depending on it. I guess the whole key of this fight is to just try to avoid getting hit by her bigger attacks, because they'll do damage and you bleed damage. And I haven't looked at it, but the way bleed damage works in some games, and I'm assuming this one, is the bleed damage scales on the damage that it was dealt that did the bleed damage. So if you do an attack and it does 10 damage, it's going to do 1 damage over time because that's 10% of that bleed. But if you do 100 damage, it's going to do 10 damage a tick because it's still the same scaling. So if you get hit by one of her bigger attacks, it'll hurt you and the bleed hurts. So
that makes sense too.
I've been in the fight and lost a couple of times to her because I thought my health was fine. I got hit by an attack and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm good. And then suddenly I'm just like, ugh, because I just bled out because I didn't realize I was lacerated.
That bleed timer, man, it's in the bottom corner, and if you're looking at it, it just ticks so slow sometimes. And so that makes sense why it adjusts. I didn't notice it so much with the mantis. I think I only fought the mantis with you a couple times, whereas you were going back to get. We needed stuff for furniture.
I like the secret bosses because they're fun, they're challenging, they're really rewarding, but they're also like incremental. The first boss requires just a couple of bug parts. The second boss requires the first boss's boss parts.
Yes.
Then the third boss, not so much, but it requires a lot of rare and harder to get resources that you're going to have to farm separately. So if you want to farm the first 2 bosses and get the gear to fight the third boss, you're going to have to fight them in conjunction because you need the one to fight the other one. Which makes it fun because every time that you go to kill a mantis, you're already like mentally prepped because you just killed the broodmother a couple times.
Well, and that could also lead you to a false confidence too if you're not careful.
It did, which is why a couple times I lost to the mantis because I'm just like, I'm kicking your ass. I'm kicking your ass. That hit didn't do any damage. Oh, I died of bleed damage. Should have ate a potion.
Exactly
My bad.
And I like the setup. Like you said, you use boss 1 to get to boss 2. Then you use the combination of what you earn from boss 1 and boss 2 to farm the ingredients for boss 3. Now we got all 3 of those. Now we can find what we need to get boss 4. Wait, no, it was the Java-matic, right? It was 3 bosses in the Java-matic.
Yep, that's the requirement for that machine. The last boss is the Wasp Queen, which, because of how difficult the other 2 were, I was expecting her to be a fucking menace. The Wasp drones are so annoying and they're such cocksuckers to fight that I thought the Wasp Queen was going to be similar. I thought she was going to keep her distance and avoid us and, just summon hordes of enemies, or the arena would try to kill us or something, or she would like have gust of wind and we would be like pushed back into spike wall. I don't know. I was imagining like it's a big deadly fight because she's the third final boss. I'm like, oh, sweet. Okay. All right. Shit, these wasps are hard. We're going to have to gear up. I'm going to build a ton of extra stuff and whatever. And then we went and fought her once, and the fight started out a little tough because she's flying around and you have to learn her patterns and avoid taking unnecessary damage. Make sure you're on your heels. But like the first time I looked up at her health bar after like wailing on her, I was like, holy shit, we are kicking her ass.
Yeah.
There's got to be a second phase to this fight, right? Right? Okay, maybe it's like a final third thing? No? Final quarter? No? 10%? Is she going to heal?
Nothing.
No? Kill her in the second phase? No? All right. Fuck, that was an easy boss. Let's kill the wasp a couple more times.
Exactly.
Ended up getting all the boss sets. The only thing we didn't make out of the boss gear was the helmet from the Wasp Queen, which helps power up the wasp bow. But at that point, we didn't really need it. We were so strong with or without the powered up wasp bow that it wasn't really an issue. Unless we were going to play New Game Plus, which we were maybe going to experiment around with, but we didn't end up getting into it because we both have lives and do other things besides just play Grounded.
Yeah.
That would conceivably be the end of it, except for some reason, while we were exploring the haze, we fell into a crevice and saw another one of these horrible tunnel spider weaver area things.
Well, we opened that vault. Did you explain why we opened that vault?
No, I'm getting to
Or are
the
we-
secret final boss
Okay,
first.
I didn't. Okay, I'm just making sure we didn't get distracted. I'm easily.
Yeah, because now we have the requirements to
final
kill all
boss.
the secret final. We have the requirements required to open this machine, whatever it is. We did the story objective and the 3 bonus objectives. There on the other side of the yard, opposite of this machine, in the haze, or lack of haze if you cleared it out, there is a pit that is very similar to the Broodmother's pit. You go down into it, and it's just as horrible. It's got webs everywhere, and down in there, there's this big puddle of ooze that you can slurp, and it'll give you 2 debuffs and 2 buffs. That it gives you like rapid stamina recovery and like 15% flat crit chance. So literally everything you do has a 15% chance to crit on top of your already existing crit chance. Great, really good buff, but it also massively reduces your block strength, and there's another debuff that you really don't want. So it basically makes you into a berserker for that duration of the buff. You're going to take a lot more damage and hopefully do a lot more damage.
So, okay, as we get towards explaining this more, I'll get your opinion on why that is like that. It was not beneficial early on. That's for sure.
I don't think it's beneficial at all for either of our type of playstyles, because
Okay.
we aren't good enough at dodging or perfect blocking. Even though I built a lot of my build for perfect blocking, I'm still not great at it. In games where it's available for a block or a dodge, I always prefer to be a dodger than a blocker.
Yes,
Dark Souls,
I like the role.
specifically Elden Ring, which is the only one I played. I'd much rather dodge every time I can than shield. And while playing, it's not an Elden Ring review, but while playing that, to counter that, knowing that that's how I like to play the game, I went into a wacky build, and I'm like, I'm just gonna dual wield shields. I'm gonna have my buckler, and I'm gonna have a tower shield for beating the shit out of people. I'm just gonna be like the shield knight. So when I block, and when I dodge, I go ugh, and fall on my side basically because I'm carrying so many shields.
Right, you can't dodge. But yeah, I too, I prefer the tuck and roll and to get the side strike in versus having to run right at the whatever target I'm at.
I have, for the most part, completely avoided any Grounded 2 spoilers. Before this podcast, we reviewed a lore recap of the thing that used footage from Grounded 2. And I was catching some things in it, and it seems... I don't know if it's an ability, I don't know if it's a mutation or an armor set or whatever, but it seems like there is a dodge/juke. I saw whatever a male character on the screen, whatever it was, because I was trying to avoid it, but a bug was coming at them and they rapidly went away from them.
Oh,
so
neat.
unless you can sprint backwards in this second game even faster than you can sprint back or forward, I'm guessing that was like a back dodge. And if that's the case, fuck yeah, give me perfect dodge timing. If I can get a build based on crit and perfect dodge, where like I dodge and get extra crit chance or crit damage, I'm gonna be all over. I'm gonna be basically playing like a little assassin. Go stab, 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 stab. Because that sounds like skill based.
Yes,
and so is the blocking, but I'm just bad at
initially-
it, and I'll admit that.
Same. And my block strength wasn't very strong because I never upgraded my shield like a dum-dum. But same thing. Like I initially wanted to play with the ranged weapons because they look cool. But then I got the Widow armor, which had some cool buffs. That speed buff #1 and
Also
poison
heals
damage.
you.
Like it. Oh, is that what it was? It was. Yes, correct. Okay.
Speed,
then
heal, and poison.
And then there was the Widow dagger on top of that, which was just a fast attack speed. So I would just
Poison
run
and
up go,
bleeding on the
"Bah, bah,
dagger.
bah, 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 bah." Yeah, it's so good. But like after I just kind of fell into it because it was the way I would play, and I would just, instead of blocking, I just kind of circle strafed. You know what I mean? I would just try to. Doesn't always work, and you and I both know that these bugs have a pounce radius.
Yeah, a
They
lot of
don't
them
even
have
have
like
to
a
be
s- like
directly
an
at you.
like an AOE stomp. A lot of them do.
Right, and that was what I couldn't block against, and that was specifically what I needed the shield for, because that will defend against that, even if not like
Yeah, you can perfect block
timing
a
out a
stomp
perfect
that's
block.
not even aimed at you, which is good.
Okay. I just so many times we were running like for our lives, and it would be like chomp right on my ass. I'm like, you son of a bitch!
Why don't I have a butt
turn
shield?
around and it's still, yeah. But and you turn around and it's like, a yard behind you. You're like, how did he reach me? You son
Right?
of
Did
a
he did he
bitch. It's an
bite
area
me and then
effect.
jump backwards again? Like, what did he do? Come on. No, yeah. As I mentioned, though, we
back to
found this tunnel hole, which seems very much like the Broodmother's tunnel. And in it is another boss spawner. It is the moldy hoagie. It's not that hard to find the moldy hoagie. I don't exactly remember where it is, but it's pretty easy to find it. It's just in a spot that's like laying on a table in a room that we've probably been into, but which didn't grab. Once you get the moldy hoagie recipe, you go back home, and it turns out that all 3 bosses' heads are required to make the moldy hoagie. So whatever this thing is that you're about to go encounter is required to at least kill all 3 of the bosses. So at least once. So both of these experiences now we have in our hand. We have a machine that requires all 3 bosses to kill, and a boss that requires all 3 bosses to kill. So we went with we knew what the machine was, so we're just going to tell the story that way. We went with the machine first because we kind of knew what that was going to be. The machine, you open up the door, it opens up like a big fancy vault door, it unseals itself, it opens into the wall, folds in nicely, and you go down in there, and it is a massive storage unit of raw science. It's flowing through the floors, all through the walls. It's being piped all the way from the undershed, probably all the way through here underground. And here down in the most secret and heavy guarded lab that Tully hasn't told us about, the lore hasn't told us about, and Burgle hasn't told us about. We go in here, and there's a bit of research notice that says, hey, I discovered alternate universes. And yeah, this machine here can pull objects from another universes, or possibly put you in the other universe. So I don't want to do that one because I don't know how you get things back, and there's nobody here to get me back from the universe. But, I was using it to try to find a cure for my racing. No luck. Pretty much a dead end on that one as well. Apparently no other universe has had this issue, and all the other ones are kind of in the same dead end as I am. So, whoops. No issue there. Or no solution there. But, silver lining, this shit makes perfect toast. The machine is perfectly designed to cook toast perfectly. And also, I can use the machine to pull perfect toast out of another dimension. So he just makes a glorified toaster out of this machine that can pull objects and push objects into alternate universes. The only downside is it has like a fracture limit to it. If you use it too much, the machine will break. Whatever that means.
Yeah, I am very curious because you mentioned earlier that there is 4 times you get to New Game Plus, and then the machine breaks. I wonder, has anybody done that? Well, actually, there is somebody who's probably done that. I just don't know him.
You can probably look it up on YouTube. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. No, that was when we were looking prior to the show for videos. That was one of them. Spending 900 hours. I wish I knew this. It's after spending 900 hours in Grounded. I'm curious to watch this guy because he's got to be a master of the game by now. Or,
And I know there's going to be
for
something that's so simple and stupid. You're like, oh.
Well, and I'll tell you right in the thumbnail, bow and arrow shooting the sea fleas, water fleas. I was like, why didn't I think of that? Why did I not think to use the
Stand
bow and
above
arrow?
it and shoot them while they're swimming?
Sit on a lily pad and aim into the water and shoot. That's exactly what you were just saying. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that?
Well, because in games in real life, shooting bullets into water doesn't work. The bullet explodes and like goes like 3 inches into the water before it doesn't do anything. So
And it'll steer in whichever direction.
a lot of the time it doesn't.
decides,
Yeah,
you know?
a lot of the time it doesn't work. So I don't know. You could spearfish, but the whole problem with the throwing your weapon is again you can't may never get it back. If only you could just throw like lint rope on the end of your spear and just throw it and then spend an action like recoiling it to you and then go throw.
There you go.
Spend stamina to
Ooh,
recover
that would be
it.
a fun weapon.
Yeah, it would be good because then you wouldn't have to worry about losing it. You could go stand up on a leaf and just go spear. Oh, that didn't kill you. Hold on. All right,
Reel it back in.
throw it again. Fun weapon. I would like that.
Exactly.
But again, I'm not going to get into the speculating part because we have a segment for that at the very end.
Oh yeah.
Did you say you had a question about the? I forgot what this thing is called. Whatever it is. This dimension machine.
Yes. No, I'm curious to find out what happens after 4 times. Like,
Oh yeah, does the
is there
universe
more
end?
in-game
Like what
lore that's-
happens? Yeah.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is there like a secret ending that we don't know about? Because this game is very secretive. It's all about, coming up with ways to figure out where to go and discover stuff. Like the initial machine or the initial finding of this machine, it's a crack in the wall across the pond on the very bottom on this one little mosquito island. It's not an island, it's up against the wall, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's right, you wouldn't see it unless you're just peeping shit out. And you're like, oh shit, there's a crack in the wall. Or if you're running past it and you're like, oh, I can get in here. Because it's literally your character size, just about. It's a small, same with the Moldork, under the lab there. It's just a couple rocks that give you just enough room to fall down, and then you're in this huge area. And this happens a lot in this game. There's like a little entrance and then it opens up. And it gives you that big, grandiose feeling. Oh, what is this? Portal 2
I like
does
that they're able
a
to
lot.
make you feel small in a game that you're already small.
Exactly. Yes. Portal does that in a way you're not small, but it's so big when you first come into the original Aperture science areas. You're just,
It's
whoa,
miles and
a lot of
miles
room
of
here.
shit. Wow, that's okay.
Yeah. And so I felt that multiple times with this game. It's just, wow, the sheer scale of everything. It was amazing. Loved it.
The game embodies being megalithic.
Yes. And the back to my original point, like, there's just little nooks and crannies that they hid shit in. Somebody took time to hide things in places that we just stumble upon. Skeletons, this door entrance to a secret boss, or to a secret whole thing. You wouldn't even, nobody's going to tell you about it. And then you found this. We wouldn't have found the other thing. Period. Like you mentioned, 3 boss heads to go fight whatever we're going to go fight in this other webby crypt. Ew.
Right, we accidentally found that. So unless I was doing like wiki diving and found like dimensions of this creature, I would have been like, "Huh, what?" Yeah, we found the little boss tunnel on accident. So reading up on the machine, it implies that it'll send us to another universe, and confirming on the wiki, this is the New Game Plus machine. You can either go end your game with Tully, or you can New Game Plus at this machine. Obviously, the New Game Plus machine is harder to access, and it is a requirement and a decision, because you have to go 3 bosses deep and then come New Game Plus. But if you didn't use those 3 bosses' materials, you have one final boss to go kill. Which, spoilers, we didn't. We went to go kill her.
Listen.
Okay, well, actually, hold on. I want to correct that. Actually, we did. We
Listen.
killed her twice. But
Technically 3 times. The first time we fought. Oh, all right, you first, because this made me mad. This is the only thing in the entire game that made me mad.
That's the only thing we lost to.
Because I was weak.
So the secret final boss is required to get the 3 boss heads. You go make a sandwich, and you go to this little tunnel, and you summon the boss. Which out of all the bosses, best animation, best appearance, best vibe, everything like that. The boss is infused and encrusted. If you think Pirates of the Caribbean, where the fish barnacle men are fused to the wall, and then they become unfused with the wall as they move and break off from it. She's basically a husk of mushroom on the ceiling, and then goes and breaks off the ceiling, and then slowly starts moving her spider legs to become more spiderly, and then basically like a demon crawling on the ceiling goes tiny little jitter and straight into the middle of the boss arena, ready to fight you in a couple of seconds. She does it. She goes from being I'm crusty, here I am. Very intimidating intro to the fight, and very intimidating fight overall. The boss has basically all the mechanics of the Broodmother, except she has the cadence and aggressiveness of a Black Widow instead of a wolf spider. She is way faster, attacks way quicker, so much quicker, and her attacks are a lot more aggressive. When she actually hits you, even if you're guarding, you're going to take a little bit of stagger. She's not going to necessarily guard break you unless she beats your guard meter, but even with a block, you're going to be blunk. Ooh. Ow, that was a tough hit. And she does up to 6 to 8 string attacks, so it can be a lot, and you're probably going to get your guard broken if you don't dodge these attacks somehow in between perfect blocking. So, she is insanely aggressive. The only silver lining to this fight, I think, is she doesn't really summon minions.
Some spiderlings, I think, not. I can't remember. It's not as egregious as some of the other stuff we dealt with, but yeah, this was a very enduring fight. I'm pretty sure we fought, got our ass kicked, fought again, and then discovered the thing, and then went back a third time. And then okay, we're done here. Well, I'm out. I was I'm okay. Once you got me, fine. Twice, no.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You ain't fooling me a third time. I'm not playing this game anymore. You're mean. And what we're referring to is we got our ass kicked the first time. We re-geared. We got tons of potions. We made sure we built our build out better. We changed what we thought we were going to do to what we needed to do. We went in there and we fought hard. We drank a bunch of potions. We went down a couple times. We were revive trained and finally zeroed her health bar. And she dies. And we both take a respite. We're like, oh, fucking thank God. Okay, sweet. Let me drink a potion, throw a glue on my thing, and let me go over there and loot her. And then the body starts fucking moving. This is what I was expecting from the wasp fight, where there's a phase fucking 2. The boss, because it's made out of fucking brain-controlling mushrooms, is a corpse that is now being reanimated by fucking mushrooms and coming at you even more pissed off.
Yes. Just climb. I was spamming the E. I was like, why can I not nab any parts? What's going on? Did you loot already? No, I didn't loot. Why can't I? No. And the attack pattern changes a little bit, and the speed increases a little bit. Yeah, then we got our ass kicked that time and came back for the...
That part gets harder, too, because she starts roaring and dropping mines from the ceiling on you.
That's what it is. Thank you. I couldn't remember what was going on. There was something that happened that changed. Because, yes, the exploding mushrooms are not good.
Right, because you can build out a lot of defense and a resistance to her and actually just tank her attack straight out. And she could bite you with a whole 8-string attack and you'll be like, that wasn't too much damage. You didn't do venom to me. I don't have bleed damage on me. That wasn't too bad. And then you apply a little bit of your health, which, why am I not healing? Turns out now she's also capping she's applying like, I don't know what the global mechanic is called, but basically it stops your maximum healing severely, reduces so instead of gaining 100% HP from an item, you're now gaining like 16%. It is such a severe, it's such a severe, because we've been using Beefy Fuzz on the rocks and anything that comes at you, you just go, sorry, what? Oh, you were attacking me? Anyway, let's get back to that fight. Because you instantly have a full health bar plus extra health. I was chugging them. I was like, crap. And still not having full health during the fight. So she reduces your healing from good to holy crap, I have no health.
It's so hard to mitigate the poison damage that's being done to you. Even with the combo that we were running, like you were saying, chug a drink. Then while you're healing up and you're taking a little bit of damage, hit a Band-Aid. So that way you get your heal over time chunk in. But there's nothing else that does that against the second round of the fucking...
We have poison resist, the infected broom, but she doesn't have a fancy name. She's just the mushroom queen. I think would be a better... I think it'd be a much better name. Just call her the mushroom queen. The Haze Lord. Something, like...
The Haze Lord. I like that. Resistance, everything, weakness, nothing. I don't think there was a weakness.
It was only weak to fresh.
That's it. Because it was resistant to stab, slice, and hammer. And the only thing I had was the mint mace and my stabby fresh needle. And that was it. And those weren't doing it. They were not cutting it. To the damage that I was, because if I use the mint mace, I don't technically have a shield, and I don't think I block as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can get really into the weeds on what was going on here.
The worst and final mechanic of her fight that was really fucking me up is for some reason she just started emitting like ooze and fog everywhere. The arena's already hard to see because of the like nature and the ambiance of it or whatever, but she's a big giant like fucking spider, really easy to see. She was emitting some like green hazy smoke screen similar to the like toxin outside that you cleared out. But
thicker than the haze.
As far as video game smoke screen, actually good. I couldn't see through it. Like when she's behind it, her like model doesn't exist.
Yes, it was that good. Like I can.
So she could be like 3 feet in front of my character, and I couldn't see. I could see like just her face. I couldn't see her tail. I couldn't see
that's it.
Thorax. I couldn't see any of her legs. I could just see the fangs biting me in the mouth.
That's right. So you saw the same shit I did.
Yeah, and I didn't know what was happening or where it was coming from because it's not like she's oozing or anything. It's just now she's just dusty.
Gassing us up. Yeah, no shit.
It doesn't do damage. It's literally just a visible obstruction. She's just smoke screening you.
Yeah, it just popped in my head, that word, smoke screen.
It's really hard to perform a 8-chain perfect block on an enemy that you can't see.
And if you're, like you mentioned, the shield meter, if she doesn't totally drain your shield meter and stumble you back into a bomb.
Exactly, because she's constantly roaring now after the mushrooms regrow and dropping bombs from the ceiling on you. She's going like berserk mode, and she's also blinding you. So if she guard breaks you, she can pick at you while your guard's broken and you can't move and you're basically stunned. And she can knock you back into a bomb. Like I said, for the most part, our defenses were high enough that her biting us was not the problem. It was the damage over time and the sudden, there went 40% of my health bar.
Yes, the damage over time and not being able to heal quick enough to get your life back. You know, and you can't spam healing items in this game. Fair, good call. I don't always like that.
Right, because otherwise you would just put the healing item on 2, and every time you took damage, you'd be heal.
Yeah,
heal.
no problem. No problem.
You'd be invincible based on healing items. So yeah, you have it like a 2 to 3 second cooldown on either healing item. So as I mentioned before, having band-aids is really helpful, but it is a tactical decision to use one, when to use it, and to use it over a healing item. Because if you eat a band-aid and then you get hit by a big attack, you can't, for the next couple seconds, drink a potion when you need it. So it's a tactical battle on that front when you use band-aids.
And like in that scenario you just mentioned too, like you use the band-aid and then you take a hit and you're like, fuck, so what do? You got to back off the fight and wait. And that puts everybody else in a bad position. So that is there are things going on here. And this fight was very intense.
Yeah, we chunked through it because we over prepared for this fight. We got our butt kicked and we're like, this is the final boss. We're gonna go burn every goddamn resource at the house and use everything we have, and we're gonna go and throw every motherfucking meal we have at this boss. And I went through, I think I had 80 beef on the rocks, and I went through a good like 54 of them during this fight, and we finally fucking nail her on the second fight. Not being able to see her, I'm just shooting arrows blindly into the mist, and we finally knock her down. And immediately I sprint over. I'm like, give me the fucking loot. Give me your fucking loot. And the corpse is not lit up.
Spamming it.
And the corpse is not highlighted for me to loot. And I'm like, oh no.
We both knew.
Oh no.
We both knew. We're like, nah, fuck this, dude. So
we still had the healing item. We still had the determination. We were pissed off at her, and we're like, oh, we can fuck it. I drank a lot, but we can handle it. You know, I know her attacks now. I know what she's going to do. Unless she invents a new mechanic here, I think we're fine, right? And guess what? She did. Right? You know what the new mechanic is? I'm going to fucking summon gnats in the fight, and guess what infected gnats do? Guess what infected gnats do? They steal your goddamn weapon out of your fucking hands.
Fucking hands, man. I was so pissed. As soon as I saw the gnats, I was like, oh no.
What the hell?
Because I knew what was coming.
Now you're telling me I just have additional landmines in the battlefield that don't do any damage, but completely unequip me for the rest of the fight. So you're just running through the mist and you jump to avoid a mine and you go, whoop, and then you're just like, oh fuck, they weren't my sword.
No kidding. And even if you want to be smart, okay, bitch, I'll get my sword here in a second and switch to another weapon. You run the risk of losing that again.
Right, because if a bomb explodes, it's not a static model. It applies physics. So if that explodes, your sword's not going to fly to the other side of the room. I was immediately done with it after like she got up again. I was like, you can't. 3 times makes sense. That's like typical game shit. Like three stages, whatever. Okay, but sure. Come on. Mm-hmm. The second stage was so much harder than the first stage. It's not even funny. It made the first stage look easy. I want to fight that again.
That was fine.
The second stage was really already fast enough. Like she attacks as fast as like a Black Widow, and then a Black Widow with full buff and on crack. And then the third stage, I lost count of how many is in her flurry. I think 10, 12. I don't know how many fucking attacks she's bite. It's
I didn't think
so
it could
rough.
Get faster, and it got faster, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do this. This is not even a game mechanic thing. This is a me skill issue. I don't have the physical reaction time to even do this fight, I think. You know what I mean? Like it would take.
I thought that same way, and then I saw the damage. We were still doing good damage, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool, sweet, okay, cool." So, a mechanic that we only mentioned at the beginning is there's a puddle in the middle of the arena, slightly offset to the middle of the arena.
Glad you came back here.
You can go drink it to get like a berserker buff, which I wouldn't say is worth it unless you're like playing solo. If you're playing solo, maybe it's worth it because. Whatever, or I don't know, maybe if there's 4 of you, then one of you can be the berserker, because then I'm sure there's builds or circumstances where it's a nice buff, or
if you're so good at this game, you need an extra challenge anyway. So go make sure so you have no block strength. I don't know. But the boss also gets buffs in that because it's poison mushroom juice, and why the fuck not? I'm going to go hang out in my pool, which is a nice jacuzzi for me, and it burns your flesh because I set it to too high, but I have stronger skin than you, so don't come over here and stand in my goo. She gets the same...
So mad.
She gets the same critical buff as you. She gets the same stamina buff as you, which doesn't do anything really for bosses. And also,
Life, like she was healing up. No?
Yeah, that was the last one, but there was another one that's not that important. It's the... she gets crit chance. Yeah, so she can even do more damage to you while in that thing. And then the last thing is, she now gains lifesteal while in that pool and for 1 second while leaving the pool. Like the buff has a timer of 1 second duration, so it's constantly refreshing the pool.
See that little circle.
But if she leaves the pool, it still is clicking for a couple of frames. Also, if she jumps over the pool has a pillar radius to it, which is complete bullshit. I want to slap the developer for that. I want to fucking slap. No, she needs to be standing in the pool. If her legs are not covered in juice, she doesn't get juice ability. Like you don't just go over. No, it's fucking stupid. So more than once, I saw her jump over the pool and get her help steal, which is
on top of all the nonsense.
On top of all the other nonsense, she can randomly gain health back from you. What the hell? Fuck you, bitch. So, like I said, after the second resurrection, we still were a little bit confident. We were shaken, but confident, okay, I still have a couple heals left in my pocket. We still do good damage, and we know her mechanics now. Minus the gnats, I think we got this. We're beating on her, and we're beating on her, and we're beating on her, and then suddenly I just see her health go whoop, 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 whoop. I'm like, oh, excuse me? Okay. Maybe she had the buff and I just didn't see it because I didn't look all the way up. I just peripheral saw her health bar moving. Whatever. Maybe it was a me thing. And I made sure we both moved away from the fucking pool, and she is attacking me and hits me multiple times and just gets a little bit of health. And I'm like, she doesn't have a buff. What is she getting health for? You just mentally checked me out of the fight. I still had physical endurance left, but I mentally now just quit. I don't know why you're healing. I don't want to do research and figure out how to stop you from fucking healing. And I'm not going to get good enough at perfect blocking your chains to stop you from doing damage to me. So, you and I both just kind of collectively were just like, yeah. I think she won.
Yeah. I definitely
think she
took
won.
An L here.
I beat everything else in the yard.
And everything.
Everything else in the yard, and this motherfucker, unless I came in with 150 potions, I don't know how you beat this boss.
That's it. No, your inventory is going to be nothing but we have to go farm muscle sprouts and make more muscle beefy, fuzzy beefies, and prep with hedge lords so it lasts longer. Prep with, you know what I'm saying? Every fucking buff that we can get as an advantage, you need in this fight. There's no doubt in my mind. No doubt. The strongest fresh minty weapon we can make, the best defense that we can get, and then every single food buff and trinket buff or whatever, armor set that we need. I feel like that's it. This is the sweat move now. This is what we got to do. If you're going to beat it, it's sweat it out.
And
like you just said,
this is completely optional. The other stuff you could argue isn't really optional. If you want to do New Game Plus, you have to go kill the bonus bosses. You do have to go kill them if you want New Game Plus. You don't get anything except for bragging rights and cool loot from this boss. And at this point, that loot is so powerful, it's going to outclass everything in the yard, so you might as well go do New Game Plus anyway.
So that was my question to you, because I don't think I looked into it. You may have told me, but I've forgotten. What do you build with the Infected Brood Witch, Infected Brood Mother parts? Is there, okay,
I tried to avoid most of the loot from her, because I still wanted, if we had gotten it, I wanted it to be a reward.
All right, fair enough, then don't answer it.
Well, no, So the one thing I do know that she drops is a item that is basically a reusable grenade. You get those little mushroom sacks, and you can just like throw the mushroom
that makes
sacks.
sense. That makes sense because it's one of her attacks, and it's something we've been dealing with.
She's the mushroom queen. I mean, it makes sense.
Like
I mean, out of anything she would drop, it makes sense that she would drop the grenades. Sure. I mean, it seems like it'd be a cool thing, but like I said, at that point, it would outclass like maybe the Widow, maybe the big the tier 4 enemies or whatever. I think everything else you throw grenades at, and they'd be like, what the hell?
Yeah, they don't, especially non-infected, because there's no way that's gonna. I know there's not really that mechanic. I don't think where there is like there is an infection though, because I had a rusty spear and the rusty spear
the infection mechanic makes the enemy do less damage to you, and I think take a little bit more damage.
Ooh, which would be great if it was on the grenade. They'd take a little more damage from it.
But that pretty much concludes the bosses and the secret bosses and everything to do in the yard. We took our hats and we went home and we put it on the hat rack, and then we went to the New Game Plus machine. We hopped in the New Game Plus, and immediately, pretty cool changes. We won't get into it too much. We'll let you go explore New Game Plus. There's now infused enemies, which have like raw science infused into them, so you can gain raw science real quick for duplicating. And it's necessary because you get a lot of new recipes that are costing 25, 50, 100K, which is insane pricing. But like the infused enemies drop 3K, so if you just go farm some infused enemies, 10 is 30K. It's not too much.
Big number go burr makes you feel good because now you got zeros after it. You're like, yeah, I'm cashing in, baby. So I like that. I didn't jump into New Game a lot. We played once or twice, and it was pretty cool.
The shining feature and defining thing of New Game Plus is, as the machine implies, it pushes things into another dimension or pulls them into a new one. It basically pushes everything you, the player, has done since you woke up in the kid case to the moment you activate the machine into the new yard. It is basically 1 yard over in like the dimensions, and it's identical with the exception of infused enemies. There's a like bug spawns are different. Like we were walking around, and right in the lower lands there was a black ox, which you would never see one here ever. So there are some new bug spawns, and for the most part, it's just the same yard you were in, but it's a different season. So it's either time travel is involved and you're pushed into a different time, which is, whatever, fine. Or this dimension is located in a different space-time where the season is different, or a different world where the season is literally just different. Doesn't matter. You can think about whatever you want. It's just a really cool way for the game to explain New Game Plus to you. And like I said, the best part is you wake up back at the kid case, and for us, the second we walk out, I just turn around and I see my grass tower that has zipline on it. And I'm like, oh, it's nice. I can immediately just zipline home. All that work, everything we placed, everything in our storage chest, everything in your inventory, everything you built. It is a true New Game Plus. It is. If you want to look at it the other way, it basically just reset the story. That's all it did. It kept everything in the yard the exact same and reset the story.
Super cool too, because there was you put a lot of hours into the game, and I'm glad it's still going to be able to be there. It'll be there until, Grounded decides to shut the servers down or whatever. I don't know where it's technically saved, but I like the idea that I can just jump back in and go into there anytime I want.
Go to sleep, you weirdos. Luigi Greenberg swinging by saying, JK, I'm going to sleep. Just wanted to say hi. Well, we won't be on here much longer.
Yeah.
We both need to go to sleep because we have an obligation to another show in the morning. So
Oh, yes, that's right. I already forgot about that.
we have
Thank you for reminding
Husey
me.
and then Eccles.
Yes, he's doing a big members only, Mr. Eckel. And yeah, Husey wants to talk video games, so come hang out in the morning and talk video games if you're out.
Speaking of video game, we're going to finish this one up. Overall,
Oh, yes.
fucking fantastic. The New Game Plus clearly has a lot more to offer, and the wiki confirms it goes New Game Plus 4 deep because there is NG1, NG2, NG3, and NG4 items. So, it goes that deep, and you can have that much to keep exploring, and things get harder, and it compounds with further difficulty. Like, if you wanted to switch to WoW mode, now you're in New Game Plus WoW mode. It's hard as shit. There's exploding enemies with
Whoa.
mutations. Really, really cool mechanic. All they did to, like, really add some difficulty is they just said, hey, those things that you've been doing, they can do now. What? Huh? What do you mean they can resist poison? What do you mean they like have fresh defense? Huh?
Right, and on our regular, just mobs. So yeah, definitely.
Or they're just attacking and suddenly they explode because they have like the mushroom punch buff.
And yeah,
Really
the
interesting.
suicide bombers. This suicide weevils. It's not just like an inflated numbers thing. There is a bit of that going on because enemies need to have a higher health bar, but they added things to it, like
And changing
infusions
spawns.
and
That's the big thing. Like being able to encounter harder mobs in easier areas makes it so you don't know the yard anymore. Like you knew you would never run into an ox or a roly-poly unless you went into their territory. And now suddenly they're in your territory.
And that good thing we got mushroom walls, because they do like to break shit. All of them, including the ants. Ugh.
I think that pretty much concludes the episode. I think we covered both the mechanics pretty in depth. If you're looking for a more quick explanation on it, it's very much like Rust. If you ever played Rust or any of these other open world 3D first-person, third-person survival games. You got your crafting bench, your crafting stations. Different stations process different resources. You have different upgrade lines with different resources. It's all pretty boring on that aspect, but everything else around in the game really carries it and puts it to another level that I really didn't think it would reach. When I was suggested this game by Dayla, who was in the chat fucking hours ago now, I didn't expect to end up like falling in love with the game. I was just like, whatever. It's Honey I Shrunk the Kids. It's like, whatever. Sure. And then I played it and I was like, this game is just challenging enough, just enticing enough, and just fun enough. Every time I'm going to explore a new area, it feels... I used the word several times, and I will use it probably as the overall feeling is everything was organic. It never felt like anything was weird or out of place or badly paced or nothing.
I didn't get to touch on it, and I could talk on this for another hour. It was a masterful adaptation of something that we already know. It was its wholly unique own thing based on an idea that we all know. You said Rust meets Honey I Shrunk the Kids. It did that Honey I Shrunk the Kids story so much better than Honey I Shrunk the Kids. People are going to hate me for saying that, but it's true. Sorry. This game did that whole concept above and beyond. And it didn't do it in a way where you can go complain about it being whatever kind of trash flavor of the day. Oh, it's this or that, or oh, they just appropriate. No, they didn't. They took a concept that was an idea of being shrunken in the yard. We've all done it as children, and put a whole world behind it now. It's not just a guy tinkering that accidentally shrunk his kids. There's a conspiracy behind it. He has a rival. There's other kids involved against their will. There was a rescue team. Fantastic. I just loved it. And that we just talked 5 hours on mechanics. I can go for a whole another bit on just story and then theory on what happens after New Game 4. Is there going to be a weird secret ending I don't know about? How many people won? What's the percentage of the infected broodmother achievement? 0.006? I want to know how many people got, you know what I mean? So like,
it looked like both
I
on
may
Steam
be
and
done
Xbox
playing,
that
but I'm not
achievement was
done.
less than 5%.
Less than 5? Okay. I have some other rarer ones, but they're not rare for difficulty reasons. That's rare for a difficulty reason. Only 5% of people out of every 100 that play that game has defeated the Brood Witch.
And that you did get more granular on it, on how many people even got to that point and tried to fight her.
Yes, exactly that.
And we don't even fall in that
got to a
category,
point-
because we got to that category where we fought her multiple times and lost, and we're like, never mind. So we almost
take you
got
out.
to that thing, and we're just like, nope, we got filtered out. And I will proudly take this loss, knowing that I beat the game thoroughly, except for one thing. The game was stronger than me in one aspect, and if I had more time to go and do all that shit, I might, but I don't want to. And I don't feel like just turning on God mode and killing her in one hit just for the achievement. So,
Well, that's the thing. You just mentioned Dela, who has the game, and there may be somebody else out there who has the game, and we might have to quad up and sweat it out, man. That might be a Saturday afternoon we're not doing something, you know? So I'll keep that in mind on the back burner. I had a blast with this game. Thank you, Dela, for introducing it to Annie, who introduced it to me, because I had such a... What was it? 140 hours, I said? Over the last couple months?
Rounding up, yeah, I think you said about 180, because I'm about 280.
Oh, 180. Oh, yeah, oh, geez. Fair enough. And it would have been more had we squeezed extra time in, except, you know, we can't. We have responsibilities, man. Sorry, world.
Here, let me double check it, because I have it open. You're right, 140. 140, and I have 240.
Okay.
Yep.
But even still, like, that's a lot of hours.
Absolutely. Like I said, there are some mornings where I just get up and do this before work for a couple hours, because, just a nice cozy. It's a really cozy game up until you go out and look to get into some trouble. And then it's not so cozy for a while.
Correct. And it's all optional. Like, we didn't have to do a third of the things we did. And
no, but we wanted to make sure we really completed
card, didn't we?
No, at the end,
And
we at the very end we ended up with 92%. We got an A,
92?
but not an A plus.
Okay, and that's only more cards. We didn't.
More cards in the
gold
mixers.
cards
Those
on-
are the biggest things that we didn't do. We did one
that
mixer,
would
and
be
that
the
was
only
we got
other
the
thing.
gimmick of it.
Yeah, it's a tower defense game. Yay!
Yeah, build up some walls, kill some enemies for like 5 minutes, and then you win. It's the
Right, and
Java-matic
that
on a
would
small
also be-
scale.
Correct. There's 3 levels to that. There's the regular mixer, mega mixer, and then we go do the Java-matic. So, awesome.
All
game.
right. Well,
I don't know what to rate it out of 10, but
well, we don't do that on this show, but we do always hit the
Oh,
two
okay.
final segments. One being, what was your favorite part of Grounded? Like, if you had to narrow it down to something.
man, I don't know. The last 5 hours, it was that sense of wonderment. It gives you, it's paced right for accomplishment. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this environment is great. You're wondered by the environment, and then we got through everything except one thing. You know, there was one enemy that was really that tough, and it was the third phase that, just like you said, not even the third phase. It was that she was healing in the third phase. It just wore us out mentally after 140 hours of doing this. One kind of thing, and it was probably more or less the timing. You know, this is bullshit. I got shit to do today. All right, we'll take a break, and then we just didn't get back to it. No biggie. I'm so satisfied. And the second thing that was really great about it was gaming with you. Like, despite like just gaming with people, this style of game makes me be a team player more, which I usually am either a crew leader and I get to delegate and everything's in front of me. Having you with this, I can't see everything. when we're setting up audio on the PC, virtual cables are there. It's much easier for me to have a wire in my hand. And you help me with that a lot. And that I know that's not directed towards Grounded, but it all comes together because it's like, oh, you're helping me with this, and we accomplish things together, and the nostalgia for the environment, like the Honey I Shrunk the Kids part, like, okay, cool, I get to play something that should have been a game way sooner, in my opinion, but it was done right here, and it was fan-friggin-tastic.
I think that was absolutely well said, and I really enjoy gaming with you. You've kind of become the official co-host on this show. The previous co-host, Dylan, is still around, but he's busy and doesn't really co-host episodes as much, so you've been back-to-back on the last couple episodes and are slated for a couple more coming up, so it's about time I replace your name on this logo over here and name you as the official co-host for the show and rotate you between you and Dylan. So,
yep.
As far as what my favorite part is, I will have to say it is that sense of organic accomplishment. It is you go and you set your goal on something, and the game does not hand it to you easily. You want to go build that bridge across Moldork? Well, go farm fucking clay for 2 hours, if you want it, or go do some harder shit and just go duplicate the clay. And then once you do it, you have to make sure you don't fuck up the clay or let the enemies fuck up the clay and or destroy your clay bridge. And once you have it, just being able to shave off that 30 seconds every single time of just that sense of growth and accomplishment just felt earned every time. And the fact that you're able to look on it and it gets pushed into the next game or the new game plus is my favorite part of it. It is just, you feel like you earned everything you have.
Oh yeah, especially getting into New Game Plus. That's an excellent point. You don't get it unless you earn it. And that's a lesson that should be taught to everybody.
There's like hardly any luck. You don't have to go farm for like a rare loot drop or anything like that. There's no secret to anything. It's just
right.
You want the barbarian ability that heals you? Go kill 200 enemies with a mace.
And I like that. That's again, like you said, there's no randomization. It's not like I got to go kill this boss 14 times to get him to drop the, chorus of healing. So I have the correct, and then on top of it, random stats that apply to that. So even if I do get the random drop, is it the best random drop I can get? Back to the once human farming mods for guns and shit. Did I get the best random drop I can get? Or do I go back and farm for 2 more hours? This game avoids that.
Completely. It's all about dedication and skill and how much you want to put into it. We could have had nothing and just had a room full of chests where we dump all of our loot. But we both wanted more than that, and we both put in the effort to make it more.
Oh yeah, and that's what I mean. Like the real grind is just in building. If you want a mansion, you go grinding for your mansion, and I thought that was great. If you need resources and you're weak, you go get your resources and upgrade. And you're helping me with one other lesson, and then we can get out of here. My friend John back in the day said something to me that stuck with me while I'm gaming. He's like, dude, you got 4 health kits and you're at like 75% health. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Like, no. Use a health kit. You could be at 100% health and still have 3 health kits, bro. What is it? And he's right. I'm running around bleeding out or whatever, and something could knock me down.
Something could do 80% damage, and now that's 100% of your health because you didn't eat the health pack that you just have sitting there.
But in my mind, I'm like, oh, I'm being.
But what if I need it? You need it right now. You need it right now is when you need it. That's what the missing health bar is for. The health pack.
That's what he was impressing on me, and that's something you're helping me with this style of game. Is like, why do you got 9,000 pebbles, dude? We don't
use pebbles. What are you doing?
Stop that. Or build a road with them. Don't leave it just sitting there. That's money not making money. So I got to remember to have that. And it's something that also is a takeaway from these games.
Again, very, very well said. And I very much enjoy having you on for the gaming sessions and, of course, these longer podcast reviews because we talk about a lot while playing it, but it's nice to have a
a full place to spit it out. So if you never talk about the game ever again, it's fine. You talk about it for 5 fucking hours, you're good, you know? Or you can talk about it more, you know, whatever. It gives you the option for it. And I'm glad you're here for it. And
Thank you.
I hope
I'm happy.
everyone goes to follow Snake over on YouTube. Normally, I make my guests plug themselves, but I'm almost 30 episodes into this, and I should take a note from the bigger podcasts and people like that and write down my guest stuff and everything they're into and what they're doing so I can do the proper plugs. Go follow Snake on YouTube and on Twitter. He does great live streams. His Monday nights are a variety of different games. He's started doing Jackbox, which didn't end up well because he doesn't enjoy that game. But the games he does enjoy are Wheel of Fortune and also the Family Feud, which are games that he can answer himself and play, or he can have his chat join in and spit out answers. And hopefully, if the delay isn't too bad, get in fast enough to help guest letters or guest phrases and stuff like that.
It works pretty well. It
You
does
can also-
work pretty well. The delay is short. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm tech talking now. I'm getting ready to tell you, like, it works out pretty good. And GeoGuessr, that's the other one.
You can also find him as a recurring guest on BYB Pod. That's at BYB Pod over on YouTube. You can see him there as a recurring co-host. He's not just a guest anymore. So I would like to thank him for joining. Thank you, Snake. And go follow his shit.
Thank you so
It's right there. And I'm also going to make sure I pin it in the chat or in the description if I didn't. So thank you all so much for joining. The next episode of What's This Game should be about Siphon Filter. It should be soon, and it's going to be coming out with Tony from Hack the Movies. So again, thank you so much for joining, everyone. And until then, we'll see you next time.